Okay,
Yeah, Brett. You gotta be very careful because Adam is very quick on the live stream trigger.
Yeah, you never know. We never know when it's coming. It's like mid-conversation every time, and
That's
by
okay.
the way, we're
you can
live.
see that it is terribly messing up his layout right now. What he's trying to do.
Yesterday, I killed a hooker. Oh, we're live.
Hey, me too. I mean, wait.
Killed that hooker dead. And we're
There
10
goes
seconds
that
ago.
demonetized on Twitch.
Oh,
Well,
man,
we would have
we've
had
said
to
on
been
here already.
monetized to begin with. So I mean, you know.
Any chances we have of being monetized is just
well, that was session 1. It was already gone.
Oh, Punchy.
Oh, is that from the game? Is there music?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's from, okay. I was like, what the heck is that?
Yes, Brett?
You have an opportunity shortly to have a Lucy puppy.
Oh! I don't know if we can do a third puppy.
There's a chance she wouldn't be legal where it wouldn't be legal where you live though. So
I
Is she
haven't
a
been able to
wolf?
find it. I
no,
haven't been able to find anything on that, Brett. Like
my Mastiff is a band breed some places.
Oh.
but not like in the United States. Apparently, it's just like insurance companies. They can
So,
allegedly revoke
In
your
Colorado, he's banned in like 3 cities. He's banned in the UK as a whole.
Oh.
Yeah, when I looked into it, I had to find out if I was good to have him out in the BF Egypt, which no one really cares what I do out here. So, and never mind, we're live. I can't say what I was gonna say.
Is that what the E stands for in BFE?
Egypt,
Yeah.
as far as I know.
No, that was a legitimate question.
Yeah, that's what I've
Okay.
always known it to
Okay.
be.
All right. Yeah.
For 30 years, I've been calling it bumfuck Egypt. So I mean...
Okay. No, I like. I have obviously I knew that, but then I wasn't able to remember it. I was just like,
I've
E.
never heard that expression before.
Are you
Really?
serious?
Yeah.
Which
Heard
one?
bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah.
That's
Never
the
heard that.
only one I've heard.
I've never heard bumfuck Egypt.
Huh.
Not Egypt.
like now that I've heard it, I kind of want to use it more.
It's less of an expression and more of a sexual.
I feel like Egypt is not the place you want to fuck a lot of bums.
Are we gonna go fuck bums in Egypt? Yeah, BFE.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
When in Egypt, fuck the bums of Egypt.
And we need to start a demonetized counter.
Now, Brad, don't put too much on the Adam's plate there.
I say Adam's getting real serious. He just got way close to his monitor.
What's that say? Hello?
Hello? It seems so easy in my head, but it's Egyptians doing it. The one time there's somebody here that's not one of us.
Rita, why, Rita?
Also, since I'm so out of it and completely didn't mention anything, I'm glad you can join us, Brett.
Oh, thank you.
Mike, did you get your computer?
No, we here tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh,
In the
okay.
mail.
Oh, that's why he's not dying over and over in the Tarkov wipe.
Yeah, I played like 2 games earlier today, and then got a call and got murdered by my teammates because I had to put myself on mute on Discord.
One of the guys I play Rust with plays Tarkov, and so he was all hyped for the wipe, and he said he played a game of Factor where he killed all the PMCs and all the scavs and left like 25k XP. The second
Damn.
round of the wipe.
Wow.
That's a good way to start.
That's like back when you used to like run Night Factory and just kill scavs for like 12k XP over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, the longer you take, the more martinis I'm gonna drink, and that's gonna be worse.
It won't be for Lance because then the dice start pulling up on Lance.
Yeah, that's the point where Kyle is just like, and you get some constitution damage, and you get some constitution damage.
Yeah, I just feel like this Wednesdays and the Thursdays are gonna be the mornings I always get called out, so I'm gonna go to bed super late and then get a call like 3 hours after I went to bed to go to a crash or some shit.
Just, do you know what I had to deal with fucking 2 hours ago?
Well, like
we fought a dragon, and I didn't go to bed on time.
All the times they've called me to go out, I snap up and I'm like pretty chipper on the phone. I'm like, they've got to think there's something wrong with me that I don't sound inconvenienced by getting woken up to drive an hour and a half away from my house to cover a crash.
What is this?
And the OCD's kicking in.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. I was like, you made that face like we're live. Wonderful. Okay. Well, an hour past our scheduled start time. We're finally ready. TM.
Here we bring to you the head of Kyle.
Yes.
Sorry. I am lounging. Can't a girl lounge?
She's a method RPer.
Excuse me while I get into character.
I don't want to play D&D standing.
That's one way to get ahead of the game.
Get out.
The music stopped for everybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's like? Okay. So last week,
3
weeks ago, in SteamWorld Forge, what the fuck? It's been a while. Okay, let's see. Where were we?
We finished a fight.
We were about to crash a birthday party with a fuck ton of wolves.
That's right. Okay, that's right. Okay.
And a potential dragon.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's the dragon equivalent of a cat fight?
Yes. You had, or the Breakfast Club specifically, had managed to overcome the curses and nightmares befalling your dear friend Bill. Some information was revealed that he was in fact the leader of an ancient order of dragon riders, now all but extinct. We're now with the mystery unraveled about Bill's origin, his granddaughter found, and a great-granddaughter that he now knows about. All part of a shadowy organization called the Umbra Dawn, a group of bounty hunters, and possibly time wizards? You found, finding the clues from Katarsha, the Sphinx warden of this order. You set off, why do I hear two songs playing
because
over?
they've done goofed.
There are two songs playing, right?
It sounds like it, yeah. Because they got ungoofed?
Okay, maybe it's just one. Okay. You set off for the vast snowy reaches of a glacier island by the name of Coldera. Here, in the midst of the forest, you found a shrine erected, supposedly by Bill, to hide the secrets and the means of escaping his cruel curse set upon him by the Queen of Chaos, the Oracle of the Abyss. Upon breaking this curse, the Oracle's avatar manifested, to which you narrowly managed to vanquish. Some of you were not so lucky. Some magical items may be lost forever in this fight. Taken so soon.
I want to talk about it.
And in the midst of this, you received word via the Duke's sending stone that Phelan's birthday party was rapidly approaching. And after he had apparently sneaked off in the middle of the night to communicate with you guys to ensure that you would in fact be at his birthday party. You guys agreed. You stole some dogs. You paid handsomely for them. And it got a little scary.
It was like
but,
more of a barter by force, I think.
Yeah. Technically, you paid. It's kind of a moral gray area. You set off back towards Oberland. Upon arriving, you were escorted to the Duke's Porcelain Palace and given private berth at the palace's air dock. You set about making preparations over the next couple days to get Phelan's gifts situated. Dogs and but what were the other gifts? It was the remaining dogs that you hadn't given to the kobolds, and the what was there anything else, or was it just the dogs? I don't recall.
No, it was 2 full dog sled teams.
2 full dogs
and the sleds that we put wheels on.
Okay. Oh, that's right. And you put wheels on them. Okay.
We turned them into like little chariots.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's what it was. So you created chariots for Phelan, pulled by a team of winter sled dogs. Might come in handy. This area is known for getting a little bit of snowfall during the wintertime, especially in the higher reaches of Oberland.
I'm sure his mom can make it more snowy.
Yeah. Speaking of cold receptions, as you found yourselves finally in the presence of the Duke, you found yourself confronted with an individual that you have had many an encounter with. The daughter of the Lich Dragon, Icterion. As she seems to go by the name, her dragon name of something very long and confusing, but as she refers to herself as Zydak. Apparently in some sort of meeting with the Duke, as you sit there and kind of like, you watch the Duke kind of startle from the sudden interruption, and Zydak turn around with a smile slowly creeping across her face. You hear the door boom open from across the chamber as Daniela Slater sweeps in, all elegant regalness that she, contains, stopping dead in her tracks just for the briefest of moments before kind of recovering her composure, making eye contact with this unknown guest inside of her home. Kind of, oh, husband, I didn't realize we were expecting guests. She says the last bit, looking, like, briefly glancing in your direction, but kind of turning her attention back to Zydek, who is sitting very close to her husband. Oh, yes, my dear. This is, uh, hold on. I make sure Tiracel, if I do pronounce that right. Yes. Zydek kind of nods humbly and kind of curtsies towards Daniela. Like Daniela's icy blue eyes just glittering daggers.
Mike.
Miss Tiracel here was just explaining some need for aid for the town that she has governorship over. We've been discussing such things. I'm sorry for springing this on you, darling. Daniela just kind of nods, and you hear the pitter patter of quickened footsteps as Phelan comes like skidding through the doors, kind of like push past his mother, who kind of makes a feeble attempt at kind of reining him in before he just charges straight in to your group, like trying to give all of you a hug at the same time, even though you're all kind of like spread out in this entryway of this like grand auditorium that the normal kind of living quarters situate. You came!
Was
Of
I
course.
there when we rescued him? I forgot.
Bill, no.
No.
Bill, no. Yeah.
Nor was Levi.
Nor was Levi. Like, definitely, like, he recognizes you, like, and like, nods to Levi and Bill, you know, like, he's in proper manners, kind of, like, bows, like, comes over, like, very formally, like, greets himself to the both of you, but then very informally hugging Harrow, Gary, and Lance.
Of course we came. Couldn't miss a birthday party.
See, Papa, I told you they weren't too busy.
Hello? I heard it was someone's birthday today. And I attempt to do like the gold behind the ear trick.
Make a performance check.
My first performance check, 16.
Okay, that's pretty. I mean, it's pretty good. Like everybody else from the side, like they all know the trick. It's a simple one, but you still pull it off deftly. And he's still kind of taken aback by this very like, gruff, haggard-looking old paladin in plate armor. Just the kind of this reverence for your like stature. And then you kind of do that, and you watch, like his smile beams, and once again, kind of like the facade of a young lord kind of fading away into a mystified happiness.
Here you go, my lord. Don't spend it all in one place.
He just nods knowingly and tucks it into his pouch. You hear it like clink and tingle and or not tingle, clink and tinkle. Jingle? Jingle, yes.
Jingle.
Tinkles.
Jingle, jangle, jingle.
Yeah, like jingle. I think that's the one, like kind of like jingle. As the coin like drops into his pouch. Thank you, sir. He's very proper manners, like holds himself but he's still very, you can tell like he's barely containing any like exuberance to kind of put on a formal air. It like as best as a child about 10 years old can muster. Come on, Phelan. leave grown-ups to their business. We'll come back. There'll be plenty of time. And she kind of, comes over, grabs Phelan, and escorts him back out of the room through the double doors on the opposite side of the chamber. She casts kind of like one more glance at Duke Gellamdir and steps through, and you hear the doors kind of clatter shut behind her.
Bill, stay on your guard. We may have to break up a domestic dispute later on.
I'll
Nasir,
keep both ears open.
and as you're standing there, Brett, where'd you go? Oh, BRB. Okay. Yeah, so you kind of stand there. Duke Gellamdir actually kind of notices the glances kind of happening between the rest of your party and Zydek. You had acquainted with Miss Tiracel.
Very much so, actually.
I've had some business dealings with him in the past. And currently, I would consider us friends.
Insight check that bitch. A 13.
Hard to read.
All the same, a chill runs up my half-dead spine.
What did the Duke say that they were discussing? Just matters of
Finance. Yeah, discussing matters of finance. Norin, if I may call you that, and be so bold, I look forward to our dealings in the future and continued prosperity for the both of our cities. Good day. And she begins to exit.
I hope you're not leaving on our account.
Oh, no, don't worry. I'm about for another day or two. Hopefully we can catch up.
Of course. Perhaps
I would love that.
one of us
Dinner?
could escort you back to your lodgings. I just kind of nudge Lance.
Phelan's not there anymore. You just like kind of give him a pat on the head as you're, yeah.
yeah. I mean, someone of your station really should have at least a guard with them.
Duke Gellamdir, help yourself. Just kind of Cogsworth snaps, and the rotund robot descends from the ceiling. Yes, master. We're going to need more hors d'oeuvres. Yes, right away. I'll be back in a jiff. Like shoots up into the ceiling, and you hear the clattering and rolling as it continues on like through the through various like hidden chambers throughout the palace.
Old is this shrimp? I mean, you're not right along the ocean.
That's not a very polite question.
And this is
I-
how the FDA was born.
There's a little bit of a smell.
That is just the smell of seafood, and it does appear that you all could use a bath, if you forgive my bluntness.
Hey, we definitely like took baths and put on our tuxes and stuff.
Oh, that's right.
We-
You
we're
were
all-
on the ship.
we're all
You were on the
dressed
ship.
up,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh. Okay. I take that back. I
Dang,
forgot
got
that.
off defensive about the
Yeah.
shrimp. Like, you guys
Um,
fucking smell.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I'm sure that's just the smell of seafood. I can assure you it is of no finer quality.
You're absolutely correct. I am not used to such fine dining. I think it's gone bad.
You can,
Fine.
I guess make a survival check?
You're damn right I am. Twelve.
I mean, like, it definitely has, like, a like, certain fishy brininess to it. But it is, like, it's iced. It seems to be, like, eatable. It could just be that Bill isn't a fan of shrimp.
It's
Or
ice now,
seafood.
but look at the map. Look how far it is. I mean, you know, it's gonna take days.
Bro,
There's
these guys have a
teleportation.
network of teleportation devices.
Well, you didn't say anything about teleportation devices. Okay, that's fine.
Not to
So
mention all the
apparently
freezing
magic can do
techniques.
anything. Whatever.
It
Yeah.
just takes a while getting used to the city, Bill. It's fine.
Um,
Have Bill and Levi? I assumed that at some point we had introduced them to the Duke, but it just occurred to me that
they met during the, like, party that they threw.
Okay, that's what I thought.
When you guys had just come back with Phelan.
Arkin is
Mhm.
that was the night that Arkin dipped.
fucking Arkham.
Brett. You are, like, there. You find yourself kind of like having a one of the many occurrences where you find yourself at odds with Torgoth, currently having a heated discussion over how best to proceed. With Torgoth, we should strike right now. I will not take any insolence from any outsider. And this back and forth begins to continue and heat up just a little bit. Is there anything that you would like to say to Torgoth?
Outsider, I have been here dealing with this issue for a long time while you have been out canoodling as someone's shadow.
Canoodling! And that's any better than being the plaything from these disgusting angelic creatures who think they're so high and mighty.
I am mighty enough to bail you out.
Why don't you come over here and say that a little bit closer to my face?
And then what?
And then we'll see who's really fit to lead.
I mean, if you were so fit to lead, how did you get banished the first time?
Oh,
You will not talk down to me in front of my subordinates.
I'm merely speaking to you as you would to them.
but you are not one of us.
I led just as many. I gotta get this right. Is it devils, right? Devils, is that? Devils or demons? I think I'm
Devils.
devils. I want to get them mixed up. In your absence, which is the whole only reason this place held together long enough for you to even get back and make your triumphant return and get to play general now. So a modicum of thank you is at least in order.
This
We
is
can-
the only thanks I'll give you. And he, like, begins to draw his sword and, like, march towards you.
I'll leave reconciliation on my back.
Okay. And,
But just kind
you
of like
know,
a smirk, like not taking him real serious.
Okay. As he gets within about like 3 inches of you, like very, very close. You smell like the like overly sweet reek of sweat coming off. He like begins to get down into your face. And he opens his mouth to speak, and you hear this pop. There's a flash of yellow light, and you are just you find yourself no longer staring in the like ghastly sunken face of Torgoth in his stolen demon body that he now possesses. And you hear the kind of sing-song tune kind of waft into your consciousness. And the kind of disembodied voice begins to speak. The rest of you, standing there and like having mid-conversation with Duke Galamdir, watch this flash of light. And standing like and appearing in the midst of your group, just in the midst of this entryway, you see this gleaming golden figure in just, you know, scarred plate armor, a figure that you recognize, like kind of like some of you can see it, and the other ones, like your vision is obscured by this just blinding white light, and all you can see is like a column of light and wings that seem to kind of encircle, kind of like sweeping towards this figure that you recognize.
Gary, now is not the time.
Antinius,
Don't look at me.
you hear the voice come to you. A voice you recognize as that of Sariel's. I'm intervening for the greater good before the situation has a chance to get worse. You feel another pop. The blinding light begins to fade, becoming corporeal, and you watch as your surroundings change from the ghostly red sky of Avernus slowly begin to change into that of like beautiful crystalline white marble. Like it is something like that almost reminds you, like, for a moment you catch yourself. This moment of where am I? Am I back in Celestia? Like in one of the great halls, like the beautiful white temple that is here, with the stone with gold striations, just absolutely elegant, something that you would expect to see, you know, in the throne world of the gods themselves. But it begins to materialize. You see figures, shadowy and dark, begin to take shape into people that you have seen briefly before. And as these figures begin to materialize more and more, I think this is going to be a better use of your talents anyways. If you ask me, I think it was a mistake sending anyone to such an accursed place. As a liaison with their kind. You watch Serial kind of like brush the red dirt from her shoulders. It seems to have just kind of accumulated in the briefest of moments of her kind of appearing. I was becoming
What would appear
concerned with your well-being.
Accursed places have been my specialty as of late, but I do appreciate the change of scenery, and if I set aside my pride for a moment, Torgoth is perfectly capable and quite a competent fighter, if not absurdly annoying.
No. I think something better. Something better. A better use of your specific talents. Rather than aiding these devils. I think your abilities are more in line with guarding over the wayward heir of Avernus.
Babysitting?
Are we hearing all of this take place?
No.
As they're like materializing in front of us?
You can hear like you hear him say babysitting. You hear what he says, but you only hear like well, does anyone speak Celestial?
No.
Okay.
Why would
You
we
just
need to
hear
talk to
a very sing-song kind of like melodic voice echoing through these chambers as these two figures like begin to resolve. Well, I was beginning to sense a bit of pity or remorse, and we can't have that. You should safeguard your thoughts a little better, Antonius. It's a dangerous line of thinking for one such as yourself. We can't have Paladin's favored pet falling from grace now, can we? Not while there's work to be done, anyways. And remember, they're beneath you. Don't feel for their kind. It's simply their lot in existence to suffer. I'll be in touch.
And she kind of poos a, it's kind of grumble, pet. Like with disdain. Just
And then, like, to the surprise and shock of everyone, the guards that are kind of like standing in this chamber that don't know how to react to what they've just witnessed, and Gelimdir also in this space just totally, like, mind blown as to what just happened.
Harrow just like looks at
And
him.
speechless. Like his hair always kind of like frizzled and blown back into that very I can't think of the word. On brand, like a mad scientist look that he always seems to carry about himself, just now replaced with just shock and confusion.
Harrow just looks at him. It's normal in our line of work. You get used to it. Like
kinda-
holsters her gun.
look around the room and just kind of make sure like all the guards and everybody are like calm enough. I don't need to worry about pulling my own sword.
Like hands on swords, like at the ready. Like a couple have taken a couple steps forward.
Kind of raise my hand and be like, "That's not necessary, nor would it do you any good." I am one for a bit of a theatrical entrance, if nothing else, as of late. And kind of just look around the room and wave to the gang. And
the Duke just kind of holds up a hand to pause.
Antonius, what are you doing here?
A friend of yours, I take it.
Yes, he's harmless.
Kind of puts a hand on Levi's shoulder and kind of whispers, "Was that an angel?"
Very well, might have been.
Now I have seen. I do believe I have seen everything now.
Duke
Okay.
Gilmdir, might I introduce to you Antinius Amberwood?
And I'll kind of like,
Did Lance go with Zydak, or is Lance still here?
That's a good question. Lance, did you leave with Zydak, or were you too busy with the shrimp? Okay. There's no. Well, more shrimp is currently being prepared.
But he knows that.
You watch as Cogsworth, a round brass and golden polished orb descends from the ceiling. Two wiry spindle arms kind of detach from its orb-like body, with its like monocle eye that seems to be affixed. Kind of taps the side of the bowl. Hors d'oeuvres are ready, and you watch as the bowl just multiplies with shrimp inside, and like refilling the bowl that Lance had just emptied. Okay.
I'm gonna kind of like, oh yes, where are my mantras? And I'll walk over to the Duke. I
The
don't know
guards
Duke,
start to step forward a little bit. He kind of takes a reluctant step back. The one time that you've actually like seen him caught off guard and like almost a little bit afraid.
I'll just kind of walk up to him, stick out my hand. Pleasure to meet you, Antinius Amberwood, and like pause for a second. I guess I don't know what to
Yeah.
like how to title myself anymore, but I
And what do we owe this pleasure, Mr. Amberwood?
well that is a long story. But do you by chance speak Celestial?
I did some studying in my academy days.
Well, the long and the short of that whole hullabaloo, the winged figure that you guys may or may not have seen is my handler of sorts, as I find myself, I guess we shall say, in the employ of Paladin, and Sariel is one of my handlers, so to speak, and I am to do some business here now with these fine folk that you are dining with.
I'm just listening to all this, humming, holding out for a hero to myself.
Not familiar with this paladin that you speak of.
That's fair.
You are from Celestia, then?
In a very long and roundabout way. Originally, I'm from Faerun, but that was some number of years ago.
I also have not heard of this place you speak of either.
Yes, there was quite the sundering some 300 odd years ago, but that is well in the past now.
Well, to have such an esteemed guest in my presence, blessed by the angels themselves. My boy is truly blessed.
Just gonna kind of like softly mutter, it's kind of the opposite.
Little does he know that, like, the Prince of Hell has been, like, giving him gifts and everything else.
Deign to dance with the devil. I mean,
I always thought of myself as a good man, but it seems I've been making friends that I'm not aware of. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. If you excuse me, I have many people to tell about this. And he
well, he seems like a nice fellow.
He's a very nice fellow, and it's his son's birthday party tomorrow, which is why we're here.
Ah,
I'm fairly certain
Did you
just
come all
scored
this
us
way
a
to
whole lot
like
of brownie
prod us
points.
back on track or something? Because there's no way in hell that we're missing this fucking birthday party.
wordplay important. Actually, I believe the reason I'm here is because your friend Torgoth is an absolute. Well, words like that should not be used in polite company. And I kind of motion to the guards, not towards the group of people at the table.
they're still kind of like shocked and kind of like muttering to themselves, and like
Seeing
you
that
kind
they're
of like
still-
over here. No one's ever gonna believe this.
like seeing them still like a little bit like kind of dazed. I'm gonna like lightly pull reconciliation up and like watch it, like make it the kind of light with the flames just to see what they do.
Like they were already a little scared, and it's not helping.
Oh no, it's
At this
helping.
point,
It's
just
helping.
like
Um,
patting Bill.
yeah. I guess go ahead and make an intimidation check.
Let's see.
Gotta remember how to play.
I get what's it called? Advantage on those with that necklace. I'm like, do I need to roll 2 since I got a 24 on the first one?
Not if you don't want to.
The
Oh,
second one was a 15.
okay. Like they're kind of like, if he attacks them, do we have to? I mean, they are okay. And the other one's like holding some sort of rod, kind of looks back to the other one like, that's not an illusion. No one's really going to believe us. I'm gonna take 15 and just leaves the other guy there, kind of dumbfounded. Just kind of like not sure how to proceed.
Look, buddy, if you need a change of pants, we won't tell
You guys have this taken care of, right?
If he wanted anybody dead, they'd
Okay.
be dead.
the other guard,
Heaven.
yeah, the other guard leaves. Just nobody wanted to fuck with that.
Great. Now that everybody who doesn't know is gone. Well, hell has of sorts, I guess, gone less to hell? More to hell. Things are going better than they were, but Torgoth is absolutely insufferable.
That tracks.
Yeah.
So you just here like on a mini vacay or something?
I wish. It does sound as if there is some concern about your ability to continue to breathe on your own power.
Oh, great. What is it this time?
Maybe they heard about the staff healing.
I don't know what specifically might be the issue, just that apparently my talents are more well used with keeping you alive.
Really? Where were you like 2 days ago when we fought a fucking lich? Now we're at a birthday party and you're just like, oh yeah, I'll keep you safe.
My understanding is that I have been around in spirit, no pun intended, quite often.
But yeah, but only like, it's like a little reflection of you. It's not like a...
Yes, I understand, but
thing.
it's still me. I mean, technically.
Has Gary ever summoned Celestial while Antinius was present?
No, because every time I've summoned Celestial, it's been Antinius. Well,
Okay.
since you're here, did you like bring any presents or anything from hell?
I don't think that typically you equate hell and presents, but I imagine you might mean some more of those weird shells for your gun you took with you.
No, I was thinking like a really cool staff or something.
Do you have
No,
any more of those shells, though?
there was no hell shopping list when I was taken away from getting ready to throttle your friend Torgoth. So I might
Has
have
he
some of
stopped it up
those
yet?
some of those weird shells in my bag. Kyle, don't have any souls of the damned with me.
Roll a d10.
Repent.
I heard you may have brought a dragon stone.
Oh, wait, that
If he
won't work in
did,
Twitch
I
chat,
got
probably.
dibs.
I also like how the angel
Oh,
was
9.
like, "Oh yeah, you're falling. Hang out with these people."
Yeah. You've got a good few handfuls of them.
He's going native, so send him
An
to
extra.
hang out with
You
the
got
king
you got a
of hell.
little chest. That Paul insisted you take, like, just in case like something happens and you need it, and you have to use some infernal machinery. 45 soul gems to be exact. Enough to
for a
keep
shot.
operating the forklift, yeah.
Just kind of like drop it on the table with, I'm sure, an unreasonably loud thud.
Harrow just opens up her bag of holding and knocks him in.
And Dragonstone, for all of the issues that were to be had with the dragons in hell last I saw y'all, I did not encounter anything like that. That I recall.
No dragon stones.
There you go.
Maybe he should recheck his pockets.
No
Roll a d100.
No dragon stones.
Everything's a hunter item.
Yep.
Greed.
This is mine, and this is mine, and this is mine. This is how you got cursed, Dagon.
I have some freaking Fallout armor that I can't use until I get a Dragonstone.
Ah.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like the DM's problem.
Well, you
Literally.
need to roll more dice.
Okay, so what are you guys doing?
If you're gonna be here for the party, then we're gonna have to get you some new digs. Because the whole, like, fighting demons covered in blood armor look, probably not gonna fly.
Am I still pretty jacked up looking?
Yeah.
Kind of like look at myself like, you'd think that being teleported by a Celestia would come with some cleaning perks.
Have
Walrus
you
was-
tried the shrimp?
I don't eat seafood, or shellfish specifically.
Good choice.
I need to try to phone up Ulrin one day and see if he can prestidigitate me clean. He's probably still alive.
You talking about the prestidigitation guy?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah, they've got them everywhere.
yes. But... No, never mind. I mean, he was supposed to be dead the first time he reappeared, so I mean, who knows how many more times Ulrin sold his soul to different deities in the last 300 years.
Turns out
Oh.
he's the Queen of Chaos.
Ulrin is Doctor Strange. I think that's the best representation of him.
Or he's just Vecna.
But I suppose prestidigitation would work, or is there
A
there's gotta be
tailor?
a bathhouse in a place like this?
Oh, have I got the bathhouse for you? We'll take you back to the ship, spend some time in the jacuzzi, It's pretty fucking dope.
Do they not have heated bathhouses in this wherever we are?
Oh, they do.
We're speaking of
We'll
which,
do that
where
next.
are we?
Alderaan.
I'll
Nope,
pretend like that
that's
means
wrong.
something to me.
It might as well. He might as well have said Alderaan because it's
Oh.
Oh. And he's gone.
He's like, I'm rich. Peace out.
the inn in a place that's probably not still in one piece anymore. Apparently, my whole continent doesn't exist anymore.
half.
I think it
Half the
exists.
continent.
It's just
Half the
elsewhere.
Half of it, half of the continent.
Yeah, the other half is elsewhere.
Hey, you know, the Fate of the Five Inn would parse well in the abyss. We could do some good business.
Okay, so you've got a day before the party. Is there anything that you guys would like to do or accomplish?
And we're definitely gonna go buy Antinius a tux.
Okay. Antinius, you see wonders of which you have never seen before. Riding the trolley is a new experience for you. That zips around on rails, like zipping between and through building after building before kind of arriving at its final destination in a odd, like, kind of like steampunk New York City subway kind of way. Do you arrive like back topside down in like Oberland proper? And it's beautiful, like cobbled streets. You watch other trolleys like slowly trundle by, vehicles that are also just like belching charcoal and steam, whistle and roar past, carrying just all people of all shapes and colors and walks of life, just slowly, trundling down these cobbled pathways that are just wide. You watch people darting between like vehicles of odd make, and it is an incredible sight to behold. And that kind of question of where am I hits home fully, and to something that you cannot comprehend or even begin to fathom, and everyone seems to just be acting normal.
I just like imagine Antinius in the situation, like this big stoic battle-worn person, like holding onto one of these rails, like really unsteady, like.
Yeah, there's like not railings really, like the fact that you could like, one, like there's poles and like
that's what I
handholds,
mean,
but
yeah.
not like safety guards seem to be an afterthought for almost everything that's built here. It is built for speed, like, and efficiency. It is not built for safety. And it, like, towering, 50, 60 feet up in the air, rocketing through the sky on a trolley that is rocking from side to side vehemently, is quite the experience for one such as yourself. You have seen many wonders of the world, and it is always still so surprising that it continues to be so, in the most unexpected ways. Like something you're like, okay, like it's another mission. It's the same. It's the same as it's always been. And then being faced with that reality is anything but.
Kind of like super unsteady and unsure about this. Kind of be like, I might not look like I understand this, but a number of years ago, my previous companions invested in a business of sorts of a gentleman who was trying to create things like this. How strange.
Oh, I bet they're super rich now.
I imagine he's super dead now.
But he probably has lots of cool staves.
But it's interesting to see. I wonder if that ever came to fruition in his lifetime.
Speaking of which, as you step off the trolley and into the main street, it's been some time for Antinius. But with that kind of you kind of putting those pieces together, and then you hear the catcalling from various shipmen trying to get people blinking signs and images flashing by, ads and all this nonsense, and just sensory overload, the sights, the smells, the sounds. It is just an absolute cacophony. And then you walk by the dock, and this is not you see the signs that say dock, but there's no water. It is just a spiraling, twisting staircase of ramps and ladders that lead up, and you see massive ships that are just strung up and floating in the air. And you see signs, and one of them catches your eye, and it says, now departing, Warwit. And that recognition, you know that name. Same, having these same thoughts of, no, it couldn't, and then just watching it all kind of transpire, you can't help but kind of come to that conclusion that that crazy gnome must have done it.
Holy shit! The one that Siggy gave all that money to.
Yep.
The one in
This
the
is
sand.
all
Yeah.
Siggy's fault.
Yeah, so look at Antinius, from your perspective, you're like, is Siggy responsible for this? And it's just, but taken to 10 times what you could have, what even that crazy gnome salesman could have ever pitched. To you, this is so much beyond that. Nobody could have foreseen this.
Just kind of stuck in the street, staring mouth agape at this sign, but and kind of muttering, "I got to tell Siggy about this," but I haven't spoken to him in who knows how long at this point.
Okay, you guys find yourself eventually you manage to corral the wayward celestial being that calls himself Antinius into a tailor shop and getting fitted for a tux.
Getting this thing on, but struggling to where do I put my sword in this thing? How does my sword clip to this?
That's the other thing that you notice is a lot of people don't carry weapons. Some people do, but it is, other than your group, the group that you were traveling with currently, a lot of people are not openly carrying. You do see odd contraptions at their sides that you do know to be firearms, but they're so much smaller than they used to be.
I can stick your sword in the bag of holding if you want, just so we have it with us. But
I'm can't remember the last time I was without of arm's reach of reconciliation, and I don't believe it's ever
it's
gone
pretty.
into
You
a
can just
bag.
wear it as an ornamental weapon.
It's just
I mean,
massive, 2.5 foot blade, just serrated.
Harrow's just if you actually wore a dress, you could probably stick it back all the way behind. No one would notice.
Okay, there, Gal Gadot.
Reach all the way from the top of my shoulder down past my waist. I'm
Yeah, you would have to grab the blade.
I'll hold it for you.
Somebody tip over Antinius so he can get his sword out of his dress.
I thought you had some sort of powers like Lance does, where you can just summon the sword. Or you can just leave it.
never had a need And honestly, I don't even know if anybody else could hold it. I've never tried.
Oh, I want to try.
Does
I
Bill
feel,
just
I
like
feel like the
shove-
tailor shop is not the place to pull out a big fiery sword.
Yeah, the like the small man with his wiry mustache, kind of, you know, an odd group of customers.
It's going to be auto. I say they don't have any. I don't have any currency usable here. I imagine.
It's fine. I got you.
I don't even remember how much platinum I had at the end of the last campaign.
Um,
30. According to my sheet, 30, which is not much compared to y'all anymore.
And taking into account interest and what, 300, 500 years of.
I don't think you accrue interest if it's just in your
In your
pocket the whole
pocket.
time.
Yeah.
But these are some really old coins, guys.
Yes, yes.
Welcome to D&D's NFTs, where your gold accrues interest just in your bag of holding. Just sync up this bag of holding to the cloud, and money just deposits itself. It's one of the signs you see.
You need to open a Roth IRA, apparently.
Yeah.
Be like Fry in Futurama. I guess I could check the banks, but people haven't even heard of the continent I'm from. I doubt that's going to do me any good.
Yeah, I think you're shit out of luck, but I can't imagine you're gonna need to spend a ton of money. Here, I'll give you 100 gold to hang on to. In case you get yourself in a pickle.
I'm going to look at him like I have 30 platinum in my pocket. I don't need 100 gold.
Yeah, but go try to buy a beer with platinum and they're gonna give you really dirty looks.
Why?
Because you're gonna be that douchebag that's like trying to break 100 for a candy jar.
It'll be fine, probably. I'll take the gold anyway. And then, look at, why do I need this infernal suit anyway? What's wrong with armor?
Because we're going
Birthday
to a
party.
formal event.
What's more
And-
formal than a soldier of Paladin with his ornate armor and giant sword?
The formal event being a kid's birthday party.
You don't think kids like fire?
I think that the guards are very intimidated by you and your armor and everything, and maybe this sets them a little bit less on edge.
I failed to see how that's my problem, but fine. Also, apparently, I'm a
Haven't you ever heard the
mixture
expression
of...
like "when in Rome"?
Where?
I don't know. What it's an expression.
Also, I'm a group of JPEG files now.
And let's see. Lance had lunch with Morrison
Mhm.
upon your arrival. Lance, you had commissioned something. I don't recall exactly what that was.
A gift.
Me neither. I
Mhm.
should have written it down.
It was like they're small and they get bigger, or there's like smoke or something.
Oh yeah, you turn the Slezen, the dogs and Slezens into little miniature toys, and he activates them, and they become big.
I don't think that's what it was. Yeah.
Essentially, they come bursting out of a birthday cake.
Yeah. I do believe that it was left up to Morrison's own devices as to what this would look like. Yeah. Yeah.
And he goes in a completely different direction.
Yeah. Okay.
So once we kind of, if we, like, when we finish up here, kind of look at the group, like, is there a bookstore here nearby?
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Just a curiosity, if you will.
We'll go find a bookstore. We got a day to kill, so.
I mean, there are multitudes of bookstores. I mean, we are
Something that specializes
living.
in old literature.
Oh, make an investigation check.
It's all like Daniel Steele.
Yeah, there's a lot of like fiction and art is
Is
really
anybody
big.
good? Anybody good at investigation? I am not.
You're looking.
I'm relying on the knowledge of the people in the group I'm with.
I
who are
Oh.
familiar with the area.
Paladin.
I have a -1 for investigation.
I do as well.
Okay.
Levi, don't worry, I got this. Investigate for 15
Oh.
15. Okay.
with a -1. Yeah.
You find many a bookstore of various authors and such. We're talking books in mass print. Antinius, this is also something you have never seen. And like now, like there is this moment of like seeing all of this, and just for a second, this is what Ulrun felt like. That just being so out of place and out of time, and just like to you it hasn't been that long, but in the blink of an eye, like so much has changed into an unrecognizable sort, where you go and you look and there's bookstores, but there's bookstores and bookstores and bookstores, and you look and there's just it's copy after copy after copy of like the same book, and your inclination is, how many people do they have working to make this many copies? But they're identical, like and in such a way that no, this is like arcane. Like this is much more beyond just simple like scribes and such. Like this is it just on a magnitude that is mind-boggling. Like in the few stores that you pass, there must be 1,000 of the same book, and to like see that kind of knowledge for whatever nonsense that it is written about, like romance, like is the category, just stupid but incredible, like and impossible. You do eventually find an older looking establishment. It does not have as many not proprietors.
Inventory?
No.
Jones.
Selection.
Patrons.
Patrons. That's the P word I was looking for. Thank you.
Prestidigitation.
They do not have as many prestidigitations as the other folks milling about discussing. Yeah. In this place, but you do find a place. It's called the Dusty Old Tome.
I would like to go into it.
Okay.
I love those romance books, by the way.
I'd like to find the clerk or the proprietor or whatever.
Okay. And a bookish-looking human individual behind the counter, and kind of stuffs his glasses back up onto the bridge of his nose. How may I help you?
Sir, this is I imagine, quite a long shot. But do you have any works published by Ulrun Tolivar?
The name doesn't ring a bell. Give me a moment. You watch him kind of like shuffle. Oh, kind of like fine, like like shuffle around.
Look over at them and go, I thought the prestidigitation guy would still be a bit of a big deal.
He got franchised out.
Also, I just want to point out that
Yeah.
But I'm like back in my armor now, so I stick out even more again.
Yeah, you're like, not the usual sort, not the bookish type. And he pulls out like just a fucked up book. It's old and just falling apart. You look at it and it's like the name that's embossed in leather is fading, just kind of like worn down from time. But you can make out the title of this as a Treaty of Dragons written on it, which you do recognize as one of Tollivar's works.
I wonder if he ever did finish his
Friend of yours?
bestiary compendium. But nonetheless, shopkeep, I'll take it.
That, oh, wait, okay, a gold.
Hand him over a gold. Oh, I don't think Oren would be mighty fond of just kind of like, I don't say anything to him, but I'm just like in my head, I'm like, oh, Oren would be pissed.
Owen's rolling in his grave that the prestidigitations are making like 50 times as much money as his book.
The shopkeeper kind of pushes the books down the line and inserts a brand new fancy looking book in there, matching the same color and content as one of the, fancy romance novels that you have passed at a multitude of stores to take its place.
And yes,
I
Gary,
buy
he
that
was-
one too.
He is a friend of mine, or rather, was a friend of mine. Like I said, he'd be quite old now, but he was a rather slippery fellow. There's a chance he's alive for sure, but I doubt he would have stopped writing books. He was very fond of himself.
I mean, like, I don't know, when you become an angel, do they like make you stop talking to all your friends and stuff? I would
Well,
assume that
it's-
they'd be cool with you chilling with other angels.
Time passes differently on the celestial plane than it does in the mortal world, and sometime after, I guess you could say, the end of my previous companions and I's adventure, I mean, people go their own ways. My brother and I ascended to Celestia and have been working in that employ since. Actually, last I heard, my brother is essentially on a peacekeeping mission with in the elemental plane. Is he eventually ended up being part elemental, but that's a story for another day. He's like an angel elemental, if you will. Elemental angel? Semantics.
That's strange.
You
But
know,
I suppose an angel living in hell is equally as strange.
the gods
not
are
more.
strangely okay with it. We thought it would be a problem too, but it ended up not being. Well, I mean, we are all mortals. I mean, at the end of the day, Oren was an elf, though, so I mean, they lived for quite a while, so hard telling.
Oh, wait,
And-
give him the paper. Give him some paper.
I hand over a piece of paper.
You can, like, write a note to Oren on this and send it to him, and he'll get it if he's still alive.
That is some strange magic, but there's a chance he's not on this
Ooh.
plane anymore. He dabbled in a multitude of. Well, he dabbled in a multitude of deities.
Questionable arts.
Please tell me he didn't become a lich.
That's a very good possibility. I could see that appealing to him.
I mean, you have to try it, though, right?
I'll write on the paper. Oren would have definitely become a lich if he had the chance.
Well, I guess I know where the hell this magic fucking comes from.
But I'll write I don't fucking know. I'll just Long time no talk, and sign an Antinius at the bottom.
Classic Antinius. Man, a few words.
I like to think that Ulrin is in his tower somewhere off in the middle of nowhere, like about to start the Lich spell when this message hits in.
The new phone, who did? You up?
Okay. You write your intended recipient's name at the bottom of this sheet of paper. Antonius, you actually, for as much things have changed, you actually recall this. You've seen Ulrin use these before. Yeah, you're familiar with this. It's definitely been some time. And the fact that this is still a thing and apparently grown in popularity is, I guess, not surprising. As much as it is. Yeah. You write his name on the piece of paper, and the paper doesn't disappear.
Well, I imagine that means he's dead. Or not Ulrin anymore, at least.
You can't be the BBEG of 2 campaigns.
Or could he? I mean, he wouldn't have the ambition for it.
I mean, how many times is Kyle secret Hitler?
No. Like, kind of like scratch it out, scratch his name out at the bottom and go, I know this person's alive, and I'll write Siggy's name on the bottom of it.
Okay. Funnily enough, that one also remains inert.
Well, we know now for sure that it's not interplanar. So I guess it's not changed as much as it could have.
That's a bummer.
Oh, that or he's dead. But we'll just assume he's not.
I mean, assuming like the half angel, half elemental dude is still probably kicking it.
That's a fair response. Get a really neat hammer.
Not to mention, outside of our group, interplanar travel isn't quite frequent.
I would say Paul probably still has it.
Say Paul's always had it, so.
Yeah.
Next time he hears is Torgoth saying, "You come back or you son of a bitch!"
Right, Torgoth's name on the bottom, but draw a middle finger.
Funnily enough, that one does go through. And Antonius, you finally watch one of these pieces of paper. And it, like, burn up and apparate before your very eyes.
Or, well, I guess. I don't know. That was a weird
Which
place. Maybe
leaves you even more confused than beginning.
Kyle's like, what? I let him play again?
What? Unless the individual has a like the ability to respond, you cannot respond via this message. So the only thing is, you know whether or not like your message sends, because which is funny because all of you, it has never even seen this happen. Like, but not once, but twice, a message fail to send.
Well, now we know it has limitations.
Maybe they've got like ad block on or something.
Do not disturb setting.
No call waiting. Typical of Ulrin, especially.
Block unrecognized numbers.
Oh. Okay. So,
And then look at Gary and I suppose I probably should have a present for this kid.
it's 5 gold for your tux.
I got that.
I hand over some of the coins that Gary gave me. And then look at them. I'm assuming you guys know this kid. What should I bring?
Oh yeah, we rescued him from like a demon worshipping cult that kidnapped him.
Like
That's
a
how we
cult
know
of
him and the
you,
Duke.
or
A cult
friends
of
of
the...
yours, or
No.
are you sure?
Surprised as you might be, I'm actually not like the cult type.
Well, I mean, snake people.
No.
A cult of snake worshippers?
Snake worshippers that are loosely associated with Tiamat, if I remember correctly. Harrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Snakes
you're
and
about
dragons,
right.
huh?
Yeah, they're actually like way more aligned with Bill than with me.
Yeah, Bill is a deity now. Congratulations, Bill.
It took a long time.
You still can't have the sword.
He had to do a bit of soul searching.
Dr. Deity Cop.
Just add on to the list of your professions.
Yeah.
I'm practically a deity.
I am a god.
Yeah.
I like to go to the rare artifact store.
Okay.
You're trying to upgrade your sword again.
So
No, I'm content with what I have.
We're gonna go into
Uh,
Morrison's.
are you going to Walter's Mart or Morrison's?
Morrison's. I want to see what he's got.
Morrison's.
Oh yeah, I guess Morrison's because she said that's a good place to go.
Also, are we not going to talk about Daniela and how she responded to Zydak at all?
Who the hell's Daniela?
I mean,
What's
what?
a Zydak?
Her
I mean, that-
husband is meeting.
She is kind of an ice
Right.
queen, and she's
Oh,
probably just jealous.
Daniela's the wife of the Duke.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is my regular voice, not my
I
voice.
would like to. I'll go with them to this antique store too.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay.
Does Lance ever catch back up with us?
Oh, that's right. Lance isn't with you guys, and now he's AFK, so I can't.
Yeah. No, Lance does not catch up with us.
He's having a good time.
Still eating shrimp.
Emergency pocket shrimp.
Important.
So, you do, head out with Zydak. So, this is the Duke I've been hearing so much about. He is lovely. Well, I mean, she is protective of her little one. be a bit much. Make a persuasion check.
Add a smolder. Add a smolder.
Forgets the smolder. Um. Um. Oh, sorry. So, what brings you all into town? Oh, as I recall, you had asked me for something. Did you not? Oh, I'm much too busy. Um, Good. I'm here. Do you remember who they were?
If she would like to go to dinner with you. Oh,
Does she know
Uh,
Sansa?
Sansa?
Sansa.
Bobby's old dragon?
I could be totally wrong about this, but weren't we on a quest to kill Tyrion for her? Like, did
Yes.
we? But we.
We're still on that quest.
Oh,
Hmm. No, that name doesn't sound familiar.
oh, try Sansa.
Um,
Oh, wait. Are you still there? Oh, shit, fuck. There was a shard that came. No, oh god. There, there was a shard from Icterion. Not Icterion, but does she know how to make another shard? Because she is from that lineage. So can we make a shard from her? Yes. So Ildarion, just ask, because Ildarion gave a piece of himself and was a shard, and that was important. So is it possible for her lineage to also give another shard to help conceal Tiamat?
Come on, lads. There's supposed to be an equal partnership there. You gotta take, you gotta give.
Just simply ask also about the shard, like what it means to give up a shard of your soul. No.
yes, darling. Are you referring to Ildarion's shard? Um, I'm not certain. All those secrets would be locked away in the in a vault somewhere, I'm sure.
No, to my knowledge, there is no other vault, unless the original Dragon Riders had one that they did not tell us about.
Sorry, what was the question? One more time.
It's a small little hut. Very quaint.
The Dragon Rider's house?
It has a basement.
You... I mean, I've been watching. So I assume you're talking about your friend's dilapidated keep. Or perhaps that the ancient dragon city that now lies in ruin.
Bill's Keep. Oh, you mean just
Oh, we
Curia?
still have to go back and unlock the two. We still have. Oh no, we have to go back because we have the sword hilt, right? That opens up those two places that we haven't opened up yet.
It was thought, though, that those were the seals to Tiamat. And like,
No,
What-
the seals are supposed to be down with the forged dragon.
There was two places. There
At
was the
least
place
according
that
to my notes.
in the tunnels that the light was shining on. There was a key that you can put the sword hilt in, and then one of the where the flower grew on one of the many crypts
mhm.
statue with the glowy stuff is another place where the hilt can fit. Am I right, Kyle?
Yes. You went into the ruins, but you didn't go into... I mean... pretty much, yeah. Sorry, I'm so distracted. I apologize. I was trying to find something. Okay. You said that was terrible. Didn't Zydek did Zydek show up when after that or no? Okay. Gotcha. Yes, I'm aware of these events, and the only thing I know is what has been told to me, is that Ildarian forged a piece of himself in the World Forge to create this shard. No.
We went to an entrance to the World Forge.
Yeah, you were like there, like, yeah, at the entrance of it, but you did not go down because that's like the realm of Netresian, which you were uncertain about. Yeah.
Their friendliness.
Unleashing.
I couldn't say in the slightest. I've never been. Well, I don't think anyone would know better than you.
You flatter me.
But as I recall overhearing and seeing, I don't believe that my father resides in that place.
No, I don't think he does. But like, is there something down there that can help us kill him? Like maybe the fiery hand guys knew about.
It's possible. But your original question was if you could have a toenail of mine to create something?
Yeah. Like make like these like dragon shards. Apparently, it's a part of them. I don't want to take like a lot of you because you're great the way you were.
Oh, you're too kind. Here's a question I would ask you. Would you give everything of yourself in that same situation knowing that it could kill you?
Yeah, sure. Wait, before I say that, would you like give my mom and dad some money? Oh, and Hera. Maybe just like a new gun. She can kind of deal with herself.
No offense, but what is mine generally continues to be mine.
What if I like gave you like a few hundred gold to give to them if I died?
I would take it.
I don't want to do it, but inside check. Oh fuck, that 20. With
she's
0.
being like
Coy.
yeah,
Honest.
yeah, like she's being like purposefully coy.
So if I give you like 200 gold and I die trying to kill your dad, will you give that to my parents and then buy her a new gun?
Make a persuasion check.
Fuck. I want to try to smolder, but I can't.
I don't think smoldering's gonna help you.
17 minus 1, 16.
I would hold on to this as your rainy day fund, I believe is what humans like to call these sorts of things.
Where's Gate?
Never seeing that money again.
She'll take it.
I pull out
Absolutely.
200 gold and give it to her
Okay.
while I calm my dog down.
She just kind of like palms it, takes it. This isn't something I'm asking you to do, my love. Obviously. But I do not see the benefit yet. Putting myself in harm's way. For what?
Oh, I totally don't mind doing it. Like, you know how many times like I've almost been killed? I fuck a lot. And that's like in the past like 2 months. I don't mind dying, but want to make sure like people I care about happy. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry.
And pull out another 50 gold, give it to her.
This is just in case I don't come back.
She'll take it.
Yep. I just lost half my wealth.
Maybe this discussion we have another time.
And like smiles.
I like the way you're thinking.
She just kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, like, playfully. Barking.
Fucking the whoops. This is just like Ralph mentally trying to warn me about giving away all my gold.
But I will agree to no such things until your end of the bargain is upheld. I think that's only fair, don't you?
Good things come to those who wait.
Sadly. Saunters.
Soon, my love. And you kind of like, you turn and walk away, and you kind of, she mutters that, and you turn and look back, and she's gone.
Makes sense.
With your money.
Obviously.
Where the fuck you guys at? Also,
Eventually, you
Gary,
find
I'm
the
gonna
rest of
need
the
your
party.
expertise tonight.
So you would probably meet up with them on the way back to Morrison's. Like them.
Okay.
You head to Morrison's. Friends! It's so good to see everyone all together again. And in one piece.
Oh,
You
I
as
hope.
well.
Oh, thank you. I've been moisturizing.
we can tell.
We brought a new friend with us.
Oh,
He's
you're
interested
kind.
in antiques
Oh,
and
you,
like
my
old books
friend,
and stuff.
are positively glowing. What is your skin regime?
Angels.
Holy radiance.
Ah, that is one I have not heard before. And unfortunately, one I don't think I can afford. But it is definitely working for you, my friend. What can I do for you on this fine eve of festivities, if I do recall?
Wondering if you have anything new. Anything exciting.
I'm also looking for something of the dragon persuasion.
Hold that thought. 1 second. The dragon persuasion. Do you want like little figurines? Tchotchkes?
I'm looking for dragon stone, but not the powdered version. Everything's working down there.
Inspiration.
Roll a deception check.
That sounds like you may have been steered wrong in the past. No, that is not my sort of line of work. I do not deal in fictitious remedies for problems that, well, magic can solve, my friend. I think I have just the thing. Like pulls on a scroll, just kind of like slyly. When you are ready, you just read this, and you will be ready.
Is this risque tome?
Well, let's just say it happens to the best of us, huh?
I think we may have crossed our wires. I need a dragon stone. Whole.
So you do not need assistance. It kind of gives you a wink.
Well, maybe take the scroll for some light reading, maybe. You know.
Maybe give it to
Astute
Lance.
man, a very astute man, reading. Knowledge is key.
Yes, I'd like to keep the reading up, if you know what I mean.
He just kind of puts it back on the table and just kind of like, with the back of his hand, just kind of like rolls it off closer to you while like addressing the rest of you. And so, oh, no. I have been very busy. Well, commissions and such things, and planning the opening of my new business has not left me much time, unfortunately, to my magical craft. Unfortunately. What is it that you are hoping to find? I might have something.
Just browsing. If you've got any old books, Antinius might be interested in them. If you've got any like really, really, really super cool staves, I might be interested in them.
Actual dragon stone. I think I've been ignored.
Oh, my apologies, my friend. Unfortunately, I do not have any dragon stones. The only one I have seen of late is the one you had. And he just kind of like motions off.
Yeah, we turned it into a really cool gun.
May I?
Harrow will unclip it and show him.
Oh, that is a beast. Definitely and very aptly named after its namesake, if I might add. On second thought, I don't think I do want to touch that, but it is quite incredible. For fear of hurting myself.
Just like starts like popping it open. I'm like, see, it does this, and like. And if you
I mean, he's like genuinely thrilled, like to see you have crafted something, absolutely exquisite. Well, if you ever find yourself in need of work, I could always use some of particular artifice capabilities.
If I've got the spare time for it, it'd be honestly refreshing.
Please don't make me beg.
No, it's honestly like depending on how long we're in town, I'll swing by and see what I can help with.
The only things I think that would be up your alley. 1 second. Comes back out. And sets an item down. And it is you see kind of similar shape arrow to the amulet that you wear, but this one, as he opens the thing, you can see it. It is actually it's not just crystal. Set inside the crystal are all these little gears and sprockets that seem to interlock and kind of they seem to kind of like turn and twist of their own accord. And then he takes out what appears to be just an empty jar and sets it on the table.
What am I looking at?
Exactly.
Ooh, a mystery.
Oh, come on, guess.
Invisibility?
You've got it.
For how long does it last?
This is your, I would guess you would say, standard potion of invisibility.
Alright. How much for it?
best friends discount. Uh, 3,800 gold.
3,800?
What kind of
3,000
best friends are we
3,800.
talking about here?
Get back on the ship.
Ooh.
Make
I was thinking the friends with benefits discount because that's the fuck us.
make an insight check.
You said it was like he pulled out an amulet and a jar.
Yeah, well, I thought you were asking about the jar.
Oh no, I was more of like the amulet.
The amulet. Okay, so the potion of invisibility is 3,800. Let's see. This other one. This is a clockwork amulet. When you make an attack roll while wearing the amulet, you can forego rolling your d20 and just take a base 10 on the die instead. Plus whatever bonuses or whatever else.
And how?
You can only use it once per day.
Is the roll to get it like the ability back, or see if it succeeds?
No, you instead of like rolling a d20, so like to make your 2 hit, you just take like an even 10.
And then,
What,
so
for
say you
how
have
would
like
that
a
be?
Plus whatever your bonuses are, yeah.
That's like a free 19 to hit a day.
And how much is that?
This one, 50 gold.
50 gold?
50.
How many times a day can you use it?
Once. Honestly, not bad. Can you use
I'm
it
sorry.
like after you've rolled, or does that have to be before?
You don't roll. You choose to use it.
So
rather
like if you
than-
got like a 3, you couldn't replace it with the amulet.
No. Mm-mm.
Is it a magic item?
It is, yeah.
And you said it was
A minor
50.
minor magical item, yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, the price seems freaking reasonable after that 3,800 for the potion.
Yeah.
Does it
Six.
require attunement?
It does not.
Yeah.
I can tell by your skepticism. This empty jar, it is actually full of liquid. You just cannot see it.
And I
These
understand the
things-
concept. It's just a lot for like a minute of invisibility.
Thinking what you could do with being invisible for a minute. Will pay very high prices, upwards of 10,000 gold pieces for one of these. Very rare.
That just sounds like people who plan to use that minimum invisibility to rob a bank.
Get your money back quickly.
Yeah,
it's
like-
Gotta recoup that investment somehow.
Many nefarious deeds could be used.
Like that. It sounds like it's the type of invisibility that doesn't drop when you sneeze.
It is about the same. Sneezing, no, unless it's aggressive sneezing.
How do you sneeze aggressively?
Oh, I do it all the time.
All I want are boots of haste. That's all I want. Do you have any amulets that protect you from getting harmed or like hit? And how much do those average on?
Oh, like an amulet of protection?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of perusing the store, being like, that's not a staff. That's not a staff.
No, no staves.
Also,
Is this the place that's
Um,
rarer than the whatever the Walmart one?
The Walter's Mart, yeah. Let's see. Do they even have a... Is there an amulet of protection? Oh, I can't
It's a,
find
I
this.
think, ring of
There's a
protection.
ring of protection, and then there's boots of haste.
what is
I
it?
Take a ring of protection, put it on a chain, necklace of protection.
Oh, I was thinking bracers of defense. I do. How badly do you want it?
Not really. It was more of just wondering.
You watch him pull a ring off of his finger. Everything has a price.
Start the auction.
So, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ring of protection only gives advantage to people wearing cloth or below, right?
No, it gives.
Is that the
a
bracers
flat,
of defense?
That's the bracers of defense.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so it gives you a
You said
flat
it was-
+2 with the ring.
Mm,
The ring is +1,
Plus
and
2
then-
or plus 1?
It's a +1.
and then it's +1 versus saving throws too.
It's saving throws and AC.
Got 10 fingers,
Pretty
and if we
good.
had 3 million gold, we could buy enough for all of us.
With 10 gold.
think
I mean, it is used, but I think it is worth more than that, even as such.
We're doing
You can
an
see,
auction,
like
I
it's
think.
it's definitely well worn.
Like he has like the tan line where he took it off.
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
I'm already indebted to you, and I would rather you stick around to make more magical items. I think you need it more than I do.
400 gold.
That bidding seems a bit low.
405. I have an airship.
No.
No,
Sorry,
absolutely not.
I got carried away.
Now that seems like a good deal to me.
405 gold and an airship.
I don't think your friend knows how to haggle very well.
Hera's just like, I have a stake in that ship. I'm auto vetoing that. No offense, Morrison.
What's the lowest amount you'll take for that ring?
1250.
12 gold, 50 silver. Great deal.
1250
1,200.
gold is
1,200.
feels like a steal for that.
Gary,
How many
much do we
unoccupied
have?
attunement slots you got left?
Who are you
Who?
talking to?
You,
Me?
Bill.
I
Yeah.
got two free spaces.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
But
have
you-
a lot of magical items. I only got two. I mean, no, I only got one. All of you guys have all of the rings and this and that. I only have the sword. That's all I got as far as
Hey,
special items.
I got armor and a hand-me-down
oh! I
sword.
thought
or
your
the
armor
axe.
was magic too.
I cannot use it. It's in the one that I found in my. I mean, I have a plate +1.
You
I
have
got
my
the
old
hand-me-downs.
armor.
Yeah, I've
Which
got
I don't
it.
think you
that
need
doesn't
to attune
require
for.
attunement. No.
Yeah.
Your current AC.
We've got 12,000 gold.
Is that 12,500 or 1,250?
For the ring,
1250 for
Yeah,
the ring.
that's
So
what I thought.
buy
Whoa,
it
what
for
is that
Dagon.
shiny thing on Kyle's? What is that? That was
That's
crazy.
his ring.
What?
Oh, you
My-
had like this weird, shiny, ghosty thingy
Oh,
to the right of your shoulder on your chair.
That was the ghost of Natasha if Kyle were to actually pull off his ring.
I'm deducting 1250.
okay.
Wait, before you do that,
Now listen to me, my good friend.
I'm
You are a
listening.
good man,
I try to be.
and I am old.
I'm gonna whack Bill.
I
upside
hand
the
over
head.
the gold.
Just a series of events.
All right. And I hate to see this one go. But maybe you are the responsible types. That I doubt that very much, though. He pulls out a chest
That's why we need it.
and he sets it on the counter and he flips it open. And on it, you can see like a thin string of like leather wrapped around into a necklace, and there are various little bopules hanging off of the necklace. One in the middle, and then two on either side. It's like these little orange, glowing cinders of marbles that seem to swirl.
Like a necklace of fireball.
Harrow just like leans.
That is indeed what this is. Ooh, very dangerous.
God's kidding. Can anyone use it, or do you have to be a magic user?
You have to be able to use magic in order to use it.
You have to
No,
have
you just pull the beads off.
the gift of.
Don't you have to be able to use like any kind of magic in order to use it?
I'm sorry, what is it?
I don't think so. I think you just pull the bead off.
It
Oh,
actually
maybe,
doesn't-
maybe, yeah,
it
maybe you're
doesn't
right.
say.
So like scrolls are
Um,
different, but like this,
yeah,
you can
doesn't
use
say.
without it.
I like to tell people of the inquisitive nature that they have to possess the gift of the arcane. But that is not the truth. Dangerous. Very dangerous.
And it's called a what?
A necklace of fireballs.
Oh,
I can cast like 10 fireballs a day. I don't think we need
But how much
What's-
is it?
What's the like usage, and is there a recharge ability to it?
No. Each you can see like pieces where a couple have already been ripped off. At least you can see places where two have already been ripped off. This one is used. But still. That is a lot of firepower for no effort. 4,500 gold pieces.
Harrow is just like eyes big, like. Gonna Gary.
Ralph
What?
just upgraded from
That's like
TNT to
1,500
fireballs.
gold per fireball. There's only 3 fireballs on there.
There's 5 fireballs. But because
Okay,
there
still
are
almost 1,000
two
gold per
missing, and I am such a generous proprietor. 4,000.
We are reserves 3,200. I know
no,
you can do
No,
it.
we're not buying a fireball necklace. Vetoed. You've
Sounds
got a
good.
giant gun that does basically the same thing, and you've used it once.
And there is a tool for every situation, and sometimes you need fireballs, and I can't cast it. I have to wait for you to cast it, and I'm not patient.
Well, whenever you want a fireball, you just tell me, hey, Gary, throw a fireball. And I'll
It's not,
charge
it's
you
not.
800 gold,
It's not
and then
as
we'll be
fun if
even.
someone else does it.
That's a pretty good logic right there. We still have a Ring of Store spelling. We get 2?
Spell storing?
Spell storing?
That one.
But do you have to be magical in order to use it?
The ring? No.
Yeah.
And that can only take one
No.
level 3 spell, right? Fireball's
Can
level
take
3?
5 levels of spells
Yeah,
in
so you
any
get
combination between 1st and 5th.
Shit.
1 or 2? What is it? 3 for Fireball?
One
One
fireball.
fireball.
You
Also-
can fit 1 fireball in. at
One
a time.
Fireball or a level 5 Fireball.
Also, Gary, I'm not going to say anything, but you did spend $5,000 or 5,000 gold on a staff that you used once.
Yeah, but that's not my fault. I planned on using it a whole
Fucking
bunch of times.
Throwing salt on the
I
wound.
I used it to save
all the
your
time.
life. You're very welcome for that.
That is quite rotten luck, my friend. I have heard of these things happening.
First time. She gets
Oh.
her ass kicked by a fucking Yeti, and then my staff explodes because of it.
Did you save
Yeah.
the pieces?
No, it turned to dust.
And you did not save any?
I mean, I've got a pile of dust, but
As well show him.
Well. C'est la vie.
I'll reach into my bag of holding and pull out a handful of staff dust.
Well,
No,
they're
no-
talking about staff
No, you're
dust.
right. That is well and truly worthless.
Yeah,
We're
it's
talking about
fucking
staff
gone.
dust. I'd like to ask Harrow for one of the soul shards.
What?
While they're talking about staff dust, I'm asking for one of the soul shards from the box.
Hera will open it up and give it one.
Don't give it back. Calm down. No.
What is
Walk
that?
up to
You-
the table.
Before you like the handoff, you watch Morrison's eyes dart over. What is that?
It's a box of, shall we say, oddities.
No, put that away, my friend. Put that away. I don't want to see that. Ever
Do you know
again.
what it is?
I do, in fact, know what that is.
Can you tell me about it?
But yes, they're very illegal.
Are they?
Incredibly.
Why?
Well, walking around with captured
I don't-
souls from the lands of hell.
Interesting. I'll kind of flip it back to Harrow. That's all I was interested in, was learning about it.
I
Awesome.
will only say this. If one was looking to fence such an item, you would need to be careful. They
I don't
Many-
believe.
could find yourself arrested, sent off to Boulder Bay,
I believe we have our own uses for
or
them.
worse. Or maybe you'll find the not so discerning individual to buy one of these. They do command a hefty price.
Hera will just slip the soul shoddy back into the bag of holding. Like, no longer open
Yeah,
carrying that.
There's one of those, like, in the center of the chest of the breastplate that I'm wearing.
Hera just like,
To which you
I
watch
just,
Morrison's
close
eyes
the
watch that,
bathrobe a little
watch
more.
you. One second. Like rummages around. No. Hold on, 1 second. Like rummage around more. No, and just like it goes by. Like, and then he walks off back into the back room, comes back out. If I may, please.
Sure.
Kind of like pops it and swirls like this wand around, and then opens a scroll and kind of like smashes it against your chest, and you watch the soul shard go from that like cerulean kind of color to something that looks more akin to like a ruby.
Oh, thank you. I had no idea what that was.
But you're very lucky. If someone had seen such a thing and knew what they were looking at, you would make an easy target. Or
Single
worse.
Two
point.
questions for you, if you don't mind.
Please, shoot.
First, if you, obviously, if you have something in stock currently, I'd be interested in it. But if you could keep an ear to the ground for any works by an individual with the name of Ulrin Tolivar, I would be interested in them.
Takes him a second. I am familiar with some of these things, and maybe I should not be mentioning this. But you might have trouble finding some of these works of his.
Why?
And if you do, I would also be very careful that you are not being set up.
Things have certainly changed.
Let's
It
just say
seems
that
all-
things. I am a man of arcane knowledge. I like to understand history. It is a hobby of mine. But things have changed, and some works of the past are no longer viewed in such an esteemed light.
Do you mean in a sense of followed the events of, I would assume at least, being one of his bigger endeavors?
Just in a broad sense of magic changed. And so too with it did the way of going about casting and studying and learning it.
Did I just get Texas book banned? What just happened?
I think it's more alluding to the whole your dalliance away from Mistra, as I think what he's alluding to.
It's actually more along the lines of I don't expect you to understand the nuance of arcane study. But I do happen to know that things and the study of magic is not what it once was. It is now different. And the nature surrounding it is new age. And some of the teachings and disciplines of old are considered.
Heretical?
This is a good way to put it.
Oh, interesting.
Trust me, Antinius, you let this one lie. Don't
And
bring it up again.
I am normally pretty good with faces. You, my friend, don't look like you're from here, and by your wanton asking of these sorts of questions, I would keep a lid on it. Before someone decides that you too may be looking into banned texts.
You'd think as someone from the church I'd be a bit more familiar with these types of things. Lastly, can you tell me anything about the age of this? I'm going to take reconciliation off my back and set it down. I have been in possession of this for quite some time, and I am aware of where it came from. But I'm curious to know how old it might be.
By my best guess, quite old indeed. But does it have a name?
Yes, its name is Reconciliation.
Unfortunately, wish I could be of more help.
You've been of plenty help, and the sword and I have been quite well acquainted for quite some time, but one is curious of these things.
I mean, again, history is important.
Insight check.
Sure, go ahead.
18. Does he react to seeing reconciliation at all?
Not. He definitely reacted more violently to the noticing the soul shards than he did this sword. I mean, it definitely points out that it's an exquisite weapon, and it definitely seems, old. But beyond that, he doesn't seem to know any specific history about it, and he doesn't seem to you don't pick up on anything that would lead you to believe that he's either withholding information or lying to you. He at least when you're
Okay.
around, he seems to wear, I mean, in general, he seems to wear his heart on his sleeve pretty well. Yeah, probably by your best guess, some sort of divine artifact like this, not necessarily his forte.
Fair enough. That's why he doesn't have any cool staves.
Put it back on and.
Alright, I guess
That's
that
all I
means
need.
it's my turn then. Hell. Do you have anything that could amplify someone's innate magical ability?
Not at the moment, but I have been working on something.
Anything better? Alright.
Give me a few weeks. I might have something for you.
Yeah. You know how to reach me then.
What about a way to cure lycanthropy?
I have always heard the best cure is a silver sword to the heart.
Yeah, but I couldn't do that to Lance.
You think your friend is a weird creature?
It's really sad. It happened on our last adventure.
My dog Paul put him down.
Well, then you would know you are running out of time. We are due for a full moon here shortly, I do believe.
There's a really easy test to ask if you are a werewolf, and they have to tell you.
Like inviting a vampire in.
Pretty much same rules, yeah.
That's a 12 to deception, by the way, Kyle.
It takes him a minute before he finally catches on. It takes him a minute. You have him going for a couple minutes.
At that point, Lance walks through the door.
Hey guys.
Oh, Lance, it's good to see you again. You didn't tell me about your incurable disease.
Oh no, I haven't slept with her yet. That's kind of the issue.
That is not the response that I was expecting. And now I am even more intrigued.
I'm gonna walk up to her and give him a hug.
I'll catch up with you in a second. Hey, Hero.
It's
Can we
okay.
talk?
I already know.
What?
Just give me a second. Come out with me real quick.
Sure.
What guy said?
So, if I was supposed to kill your dad, how long would it take you to have sex with me?
Don't think killing of the dad would have anything to do with whether or not
No,
you
like-
wanted to.
Not you, but like, if I was supposed to kill your dad.
I know, hypothetically speaking, I would say
Also, no, I don't want to have sex with you. Like,
I
you're like a
know.
little sister, like a very little sister.
we are totally not talking about Zydek.
Oh, 100%. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh god, Lance, I know. And I feel like if she had wanted to, she would have by now.
Dude, she gives me these eyes. Like, oh, hey, what's up?
Just telepathically to you. Maybe it's because if she gives you those eyes, you will continue to try and get the sex from her, and you'll keep doing what she wants.
She could be blind and I would totally fuck her.
It's a way to just keep you on her hook.
So, like,
Because honestly, if her dad is such an evil, or if your dad is such an evil thing and you want someone to kill them, you'd probably do it right then and there when they agreed. Like, yeah, I'm into you. You're gonna do this thing for me.
yeah, but like, you've never read like a fairy tale? All the time, like, the brave prince, and I flex my muscles, has to like, go and kill like a fucking dragon for the princess. That's what I'm doing right now.
And she just like, look around. Do we look like we're in a fairy tale? I'm pretty sure I just stepped in someone's shit like a block back.
How many fucking dragons have we fought and or killed, and liches and fucking giant ass snakes to become friends with the fucking Duke?
And
We
have
are
you
in a
gotten
fucking fairy
friends
tale.
from it
This shit's insane.
anytime?
Like, I just didn't realize it was gonna take me months of my life to fuck this chick. She has a sweet ass sheath, but I'm trying to stick my sword in it, if you know what I mean.
Banned from Twitch.
Swords and sheaths.
I
ladies and
think
gentlemen.
the sword and the sheath are incompatible. Trying to put an arrow into a scabbard, and it's not really gonna work out. It needs to go into a quiver.
It's not that skinny.
There's a scroll for that.
Oh, I can learn, enlarge, reduce. I've seen that spell before.
I didn't need to know about that spell, actually. Like, I had so many questions, and they've been answered, and I kind of wish I didn't know anymore. Buddy, I'll just maybe reduce your expectations. Wait, okay,
I
how about
don't
this?
think there's a
Play
spell for
hard to
that.
get. Just play hard to get. Nobody likes it when someone is like panting after them, so just cool
You know how
it.
many times I've almost died? I'm fucking extremely hard to get.
Be even more hard to get.
Die.
Just how about wait until she contacts you. Just don't say anything. Don't rub the sheath. I've seen you do it. It's
You guys are always one that like, yo, ask your girlfriend, like, yo, rub that sheath, the fucking stroke is good. Does she know about dragons and shit? I don't give a fuck about any of this. Bobby was like, oh, I love dragons, I hate dragons, I want to kill dragons, now I love dragons. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I just think she's a hottie, and she fucking commands attention. She's a fucking mare dragon goddess. What the fuck do you expect me to do?
when you put it like that, it's. I see where you're coming from. Just how about I won't ask you to ask her any more questions. We'll just play this cool. Just don't respond. Don't talk to her. Just give her the silent treatment.
Can I write her notes?
You can't do notes.
Dude, they take like forever. I'll send Ralph. It'll be like fucking 14 days.
No, no. Ralph will
The-
probably be eaten by some random bird in the sky. Like,
Yeah, probably by her, but he's willing to make that sacrifice.
Ralph just sticks his head out the window, like, what the fuck?
are you sure that he's willing?
He's fine, trust me.
Harrow just looks at Ralph, like knowingly. Just at least try not to talk to her.
But she did say some shit about, like, going back to the dragon stone, not stone, stones, runes, dragon runes, Droscaria.
Just curious.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
And something about dead dad.
Yep.
Gotta go there. Kill something. I don't fucking know. She said Bobby wasn't involved.
Okay.
No, did she? Was he involved?
And Harrow just like puts her hand on like Lance's like arm and shoulder, like, I know it must have been really rough having to see her again and, you know, being toyed with like that, so I really appreciate you going and talking to her and doing all that for us.
Yeah, it was a waste. I just know we have to go to Droscaria again.
Alright. Well, we've been planning on that for a bit, so just confirmation.
Yeah, I guess.
And hey, I'm sure you could get any other dragon.
Oh,
Well, not
I
any other dragon. Bill has claim.
asked her about the Dukas. Subject's name? Fucking like icy bitch one.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I didn't ask her. I just told her she was a cunt, and she agreed.
I feel like there's something going on there, but
I don't know. I was emotionally distraught.
I know. I know. And I'm impressed that you remember.
Oh, she said she's super fierce about protecting her son. That's what I remember. And I was like, yeah, little dude got fucking almost swallowed by a snake. Of course she is. She's like, no. She's like, super fierce. I don't know. Maybe my emotions were high.
Alright. I mean, something to think about.
So, like, absolutely no timeline. If I were to kill your father, how long we'd fuck?
It would have happened by now. It would have been the asking of, you want to kill my father? And you're like, totally. And then she should have just taken you right then.
Is it
What's
like,
gonna happen?
is it like proportional to tallness?
I don't think so.
Alright.
Just on the down low for a bit, Lance. I mean, do you like it when people throw themselves at you?
Yeah, because I kill them more often than not. Like, I don't want to fucking run. My stupid ass little lightning lure works like 1/10 of a fucking time. That shit fucking sucks. I thought it was badass, and it is when it works, but it fucking never works.
Train a little bit more.
It's okay.
Just don't.
I have nothing else to say about that.
Don't do it.
Walk back inside.
So while they're outside, since Harrow seemed to be against it, I'll ask, was it Morrison? Is that his name?
Yeah.
It's like, I understand what, at least the cryptic nature of what you're saying about things changing with the study of the arcane. Can you at least tell me that he didn't turn himself into a lich?
I don't think it is a result of this individual. There was a resurgence of magic
Ah,
a few hundred years ago, as it were. And people seem to adopt this new way of doing things. And it is my understanding that is part of the customs that this civilization has built itself upon, was to not make the same mistakes that their forefathers did. So decided to ban all teachings of the old ways of doing magic.
I guess I shall need to observe the new way of conducting magic.
I can't say with any certainty that there is any real difference, but it is the basic learning and practice, and the teachings of such, the old way of doing things that are no longer welcome.
No, it's fine. I believe I understand what you're getting at. I am rather familiar, I believe, and I'll just kind of leave it with a wry grin and kind of turn to Gary and, all right, help me find something for the Duke's son. Can't show up to this party empty-handed.
Ooh, what you got for us, Morrison?
Oh, I just had something here, was it?
A ring of party trick story.
We'll get him a sword. I'm sure his parents would love it.
Oh, shit. Oh, here, I know how to. That's it. Where do you roll me a d100, please?
It's a D100.
Yeah.
116.
That's how you know it's a quality roll.
24.
Liked it better when we could roll 110s.
You and me both, brother.
All right. This seems like something appropriate for a child. You kind of, I don't have many things. I'm not a toy store, but I think I have something. Like pulls out something, and he kind of like has this looks like a little scabbard, and he withdraws what you're assuming to be like some sort of like quill or miniature sword, but from this little paper, this rigid paper sheath, he withdraws a blue and black feather. This is no ordinary feather. If he uses this, it will disappear, turn into a gorgeous, magnificent flying creature.
Creature's a little vague. This isn't something that's going to like carry him away, right?
A miniature version of a rock, and that is exactly what it is designed to do. Yes, is not. It will take him where he wants to go.
Oh. Sounds quite interesting, actually. How much?
How often does it transform?
You broke Kyle.
Gary's suddenly like, we're not going to give that to this kid. I want
say,
it.
Is it a single-use thing?
It's a tchotchke for the kid.
Say, you know what? On second thought, I think I have something better.
Also, we really want to give a child something that can take it far away.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, obviously you
This.
remind me to introduce you to his mother.
Pulls out a rod. ask him what his favorite animal is. And then tell him that when he breaks this stick, he will get to be that animal for an entire hour. Or until
That
he
seems
wishes
pretty cool.
it to stop.
Look at Gary. Do you think he'll pick a snake?
I doubt
Definitely
it.
not.
After our
It is
prior experiences, probably not snake.
relatively safe with supervision.
It could
So
be a
if he
dragon.
It's
turns
like
himself
it's
into a
basically
dragon, is he gonna maul a bunch
no,
of
no, no.
villagers and eat a sheep?
It's basically like a repurposed like scroll
Shape changing.
polymorph.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Also,
But it turns the wielder into the name of the animal that they speak.
that's pretty cool.
That's
Sounds
dope,
perfect.
actually.
How much?
We'll say 25.
Love it.
What the fuck? We should all be well. Those. If you ever have to cross or a V,
I'll flip him
boom, bird.
a platinum, and for the stick and the information.
I think a platinum is 10 gold.
I thought they were 100.
No,
Uh,
it's
No,
10.
it's
never
yeah.
mind.
10.
Okay,
It's
so I'll give him
100
the
silver.
25 and then an extra. I don't know. Well, I'll give him 50 gold.
He kind of like he does not go for your gold immediately. He actually picks up your platinum piece. This is the most unusual coin I have ever seen. Kind of like looks at it, and you watch him wave his hand through the air, and the coin kind of make this ding. He pushes the rest of your money back towards you. This is enough, I think. More than enough, I would, to be perfectly honest.
How much more than enough?
Trade secrets, my friend.
Huh.
It's because it's attuned to
No, it's because it's like 300
Fucking
years
super
old.
old, yeah.
Harrow, it is because of your high perception. This platinum coin does not like eschew the normal kind of like platinum denomination that you are used to seeing.
Super dense or something.
There is something unusual about the metal.
Interesting.
And then I'll look at him and kind of like cock my head
Do
and
you
And Antinius, because you were the one spending this money, you don't even seem to give it a second thought at first until it kind of starts to, and then it kind of clicks. This is celestial metal.
oh,
That's some really unusual metal there.
It is indeed. Just he doesn't like put it in his register, his little bag of holding that he uses as his register. He puts it in his pocket.
I'm gonna pull out another
Morrison.
one and hold it in front of him and go. Can you tell me why people don't seem to have heard of a place called Faerun?
The best that I can tell you, as a man of storied history, is because that land no longer exists.
I'm aware of that, but it's interesting that given a fair piece of what Mr. Tolovar was responsible for following some events that occurred in that occurred in the distant past. They seem to coincide, and you mentioned the rebuilding of society. I'm not so certain we're not in the same place.
I can greatly assure you that we are, well, actually, cannot assure you that we are not in that same place. However, I am fairly confident that this is not the same land. According to what I have read, these lands were broken, war-torn, and sundered. The resulting factions that came out of it renamed it to something anew. Something similar, but something new. It was about this time that the refugees from these lands would leave in search of a new home. And in their best attempt, have tried to not necessarily erase, but diminish parts of history they don't wish to. And then you get a melding of cultures, new history, and maybe things that should not be forgotten are forgotten.
If you acquire any more information about that time, I'd be interested in it. You said it yourself. I'm clearly not from around here.
If something ever arises, I will be sure to let you.
Same thing goes for that individual that is not in as good of regard anymore. And lastly, because
it is not just individuals, but technically an entire pantheon of gods no longer worshipped.
I've gathered that, and I'll kind of tap the medallion on my chest.
Antinius, what god do you serve?
One that I believe is not in commonplace anymore.
Yes, but what's the name?
Well, I'm looking at Morrison to see if he recognizes the symbol on it or not at this point.
Doesn't appear to.
Hopefully one that doesn't love you back.
My speciality is more towards the arcane, not divine.
Fair enough. But that is a somewhat complicated question. In my youth, I served Tyr.
I do know that one. Yes.
Now,
The named man.
yes, now I find myself more in the, shall we say, employ of Paladine.
I think I've heard of that one.
He was not, shall we say, mainstream at that point in time either.
Word of advice, if you are going to discuss it with outsiders, maybe be best to keep it to Tyr. He is, after all, one that is accepted.
Yes, but we'll see. I will need to enter a church at some point, and if they are any well versed in their history, I can't. The medallion doesn't lie, so to speak.
Which is funny. You all have a very funny story about the local church here.
We don't talk about that place. It's best you don't go there.
Well, I did meet with a, shall we say, go-between yesterday, as you all saw.
Ask about a statue.
Yeah, the last time we were there, we tried to steal a statue, and I'm pretty sure this time, if we go again, we're gonna pull it off.
You know, I have a maybe not so much funny, but interesting church-based statue story as well.
Share that.
But I believe we have taken up enough of Mr. Morrison's time and asked him enough strange questions and provided him with enough illegal things today.
I am at about my limit, yes.
Alright.
Incredibly taxing.
Hey, Mort.
Unintended.
How's that big special thing coming along? It's gonna be ready for tomorrow.
Come by tomorrow morning, it should be ready.
Can I get breakfast with you tomorrow?
You look heartbroken, my friend. I will make time.
Thank you, man. Come by tomorrow, have breakfast, talk a bit before I go to the celebrations.
Okay, so you guys head out.
As we're leaving, like I know it's like a super canon thing, but just like kind of mess with him, just kind of like leave him with the illusion that I have wings as we're leaving.
Okay.
I feel like you've given him celestial coins. Doesn't really give him much room to disbelieve that you're an angel. Especially, I'm sure the
I'm
rumors
not
have happened
technically.
where
I'm
how you
not
got here.
You're one in training.
You're just leaning into that like
Angel light.
predisposition.
Diet angel, if you will.
Angel Zero,
um,
new branding.
So how would you like to conclude the rest of your day? I mean, the rest, like, you still have a little bit of the afternoon. Say this probably took a good chunk of time.
Lance is gonna go drink and mope.
Okay.
I'm gonna,
All right, Antidius. How long are you planning on sticking around with us?
till for the foreseeable future, at least. I imagine that my departure from here will be much like my departure from hell. I was arguing with that insufferable fool at one moment, and the next I'm standing in the middle of a dining room of people very concerned and confused.
Well, on that lovely note, you're gonna need yourself a room.
Yes, and apparently some gold, as my coins are strange. Glad I didn't spend all of that gold that Gary gave me.
Harrow just pops up and like, I will exchange 10 gold for one of your platinum.
Don't take that deal.
I'm curious to see if I can make ammo with it and what that ammo would
You
That's
want to
actually
know
fair enough. Yeah.
my coins for ammo.
Like, legit, that's a good reason. I would have just said you can come drink with me and spend your fancy coins, but she's doing something with it.
I'll
If
tell you what.
it's-
You don't have
Here's-
to bless holy water to get the holy effect.
Here's one to tinker with as you may, but do be careful with it. Not in a
I'm
don't
not gonna-
destroy it type of way, more of a don't hurt yourself type of way. Things are different on the other planes after all.
No, I'm curious now. I mean, I did make this. It'll be interesting. And who knows, maybe if we kind of figure out what it does, we can use it and gild your sword, or... That sounded worse saying it out loud, but we can put it to use.
Well, I have reason to believe that my sword is already made of that metal, based on how it came into my possession.
Harrow's mind is still in the previous conversation.
I had it modified once, well, a long time ago.
Ooh. Curious. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens.
And then I look at Garen. So, I've seen you buy a bunch of books that seem to have strange, alluring titles.
It's
Do
none
they
of your
not
business,
have-
don't worry about it.
Do they not have brothels anymore?
Yeah, but, you know, we're in the airship for like weeks at a time.
There is
Okay.
Plasmus.
Yeah, but now that
So,
we've got like a professional relationship, it's just not the same.
Isn't sleeping with the boss even better for him, at least?
Yeah.
You're technically the captain. He's probably way into it.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel right.
But, you know, I did hear someone mention alcohol. That sounds like a plan.
That was me. Keep your fancy gold, I'll buy.
Nothing like
Ooh,
showing up to a
yes.
kid's birthday party hungover.
another way.
Especially one whose parents and a child I've never met. He'll be very confused. It'll be
Seeing
wonderful.
how he lit up his sword earlier, I'm gonna summon my sword above my head and just light it and not even look back to see if he's following me. Just walk towards the bar, holding the sword above my head as a beacon.
Is that how we're supposed to travel? I feel like that's
That's
a
how
bit-
he travels. Don't worry.
Oh.
About it.
fair enough.
Can you even get drunk? I mean, if you are an angel, so to speak. Can you get drunk?
I would assume so.
A constitution roll for this shit.
Well, if you can't get drunk, I've got plenty of drinks.
I try to limit my vices in some way. I am
Yeah, but
still a paladin after all.
But Gary, he's from the celestial plane. That's shit.
Just point of order.
I'm not an angel.
There is a. It was a rather abrupt transition from what you assumed gods wanted to watching the people that called the celestial court home, how they acted. A little bit more free than you would have expected.
So we're talking Greek pantheon, where everyone's fucking everybody in the shapes of ghosts.
Definitely,
Yes.
definitely. This is gods in
This
Kyle's
ain't
world is
Christianity.
definitely no.
Zeus
it's not
is
Christianity.
all up in this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like this is much more akin to Greek pantheon. Yeah, which I mean, people think that it's like Christianity, and I need to subscribe, but it's definitely divinity is such an odd thing because it's really what it means to the person.
You have power of the worlds. Why would you fuck the random mortal every now and then? Come on.
And based on what Kyle just said, is why Antinius will still continue to
Yeah.
do things the way he always has.
Like no, it was a little wild. It was a little wild.
Like they can party for sure. However,
Wasn't Tyr super strict too? Like originally, wasn't Tyr super
Antinius
strict?
always used to drink and party with us.
I didn't do any drugs.
Yeah, but like
Go
moral
to the
compass.
brothels. I went to the brothels, but that was more that was more Punchy's various characters were engaging in debauchery.
Watching after the rest of us.
Plus, I mean, no one can outdrink Sigtinius and Anfried.
Okay. So
Harrow is gonna dip out and check on the shopkeep that he bought the book from.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Make a perception check. What are you looking?
Dice don't fuck me now. I should know this by now, and I don't. That is a 20 non-natural.
So, you kind of like dip out while everyone's drinking. Head back to that bookstore. Harrow's specific upbringing. Seeing something like this is kind of a red flag. Especially seeing, like, kind of knowing that. Kind of keys you in. Maybe this individual has certain connections. So you watch. And it's not too far away from where your friends find themselves resting for the rest of the day. You don't see come as the hours kind of drag on to the the light stays on well after sunset, even after the establishment shows closed and the curtains are drawn. You can no longer see inside the interior. And as you're sitting there, keeping an eye, you do eventually just catch the barest bit of, and you watch as just fleeting something moving along the back rooftop.
Does it look like a person?
I mean, definitely human figure. Stops and turns in the direction that you're kind of posted at. Freezes for a moment before dropping off the back of the building and disappearing from sight.
Slam down the mask and change into one of the officers that I've seen previously.
Okay.
And just on the walkie. Levi,
Yeah.
I'm at the bookshop. About to head down an alleyway. Heads up. It's something. It's not right. And
I can bring Bill. We can be back up.
no, just a heads up, and I'll start following.
Okay. You, by the time you say this into the watch and you pull the mask down over your face and dart across the street, kind of cut down the side of the building, make a perception check.
That is a 19.
You get around, you come skidding around the corner. As deftly as you can manage, but as quickly as you also can, trying to get eyes on which direction this person is heading. Gone. Like a ghost.
Go up in the air.
Okay. Up. Still. Nothing. You saw someone. You saw them move. Just gone. Whoever it was seemed to be good.
I'll go back to the bookstore.
Closed. Lights off.
Levi, I require you as a cop.
My way.
Sober up, Buttercup.
I will make my way to join Harrow.
Okay.
You know, for an angel, he can really drink a lot.
You look pretty fucked up, buddy. Alright. Bang on the door.
Okay. I mean, there's a the shop looks closed. And it's nestled. It's like the downstairs to some other various shops that kind of surround it in the same building. But everything else is appears the same. There is a very dim, very dim light. It's probably something that somebody left something on inside. And the small amount of light from the porch that's on. Bang on the door. You wait a minute. Nobody comes to the door.
Break in.
Okay.
I'll handle this, and I will cast 2 sorcery points to sorcery cast
Magic
darkness.
missile.
And under the cover of my own darkness, I will use my thieves' tools to try and open up the door.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity check with your proficiency bonus.
Isn't there a sleight of hand?
I don't know. Tool.
I mean,
like,
I'm proficient with thieves' tools.
but I don't know if he's proficient in sleight of hand.
So it'd be
This isn't really sleight of
proficiency.
hand. It's similar, but dexterity plus proficiency.
Yeah, so that's a 20, not natural.
Okay. The door swings open.
And I will grab Harrow and pull her in and close the door behind us.
Okay.
And
Same, like
drop
you're
darkness.
greeted by the smell of dusty old books.
Did we ever get the dude's name? Or like, can I see like his name anywhere on paper?
Make an investigation check.
I will assist.
Shit.
What was the name of the place?
The dusty old tome.
That's a 16.
You search around before you find some basically tax documents or bills pertaining to the proprietor of this establishment. And you see that it says Miles Glaws.
What was that?
Miles Glaws.
Yeah, Carol will just like drop her voice, make it really gruff. Miles. And shout it through. The Neji, we've got some questions.
At the mention of Najee, Levi's just gonna pull up his hood, make him look sinister looking.
You don't hear anybody running for their lives.
Investigation.
Okay.
I'll search this place.
Okay.
Can't you
Don't
use
like
your
it.
telepathy to reach out to them? And if not, a scroll?
30 feet.
What made Harrow decide to go inspect this bookshop?
Because Antonius
Look for me.
was asking for a heretical book
Oh.
Yep, he
that
added
Morrison
it.
was like, hey, don't mention this dude's name, don't ask about this stuff.
Gotcha.
Okay. What's your investigation check?
It is a whopping 7.
Don't find anything.
Man, even after his books are like banned contraband, he can't sell them for more than a gold.
Now,
Yeah, this is some bullshit right here.
the book that I will say to clarify, the book that Antonius bought, not probably pertaining to contraband necessarily, but it is adjacent and it is very close.
To be fair,
just-
the very first thing I had as my backstory is I was in a rune of dragons studying them. So that's probably the book that I was working on right as the previous campaign started.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
not really in the sphere of what happened
So
during
there
that
should have been that
campaign.
book, and then your bestiary.
My
companion
bestiary would have
Bestiary.
came
Yeah.
next, and then
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
I got into afterwards. Yeah.
I was curious if you'd written anything about the adventures with Alexander.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if Hitler wrote like poems about cats, that shit
So-
would sell for a lot more than $1.
That
I mean,
I totally
you know
agree with you.
anybody who has read Mein Kampf? Like, come on.
Also, I did
Uh,
have that book that literally chronicled our every move on its own. So maybe that's the reason why everything was fucking bad news bears.
Not finding anything. Head back. Well, I'll keep an eye on this place for a little bit longer, but
I mean, nothing else untoward kind of like speaks out to you. Like, there was somebody here. I mean, now there isn't. And you saw somebody, but the thing that you're most unsure about was, was whoever you saw that noticed you, like, Faresi? Or were they Ubitsa?
yeah.
Mike, the best thing I could think of is like this was one of those like
And
Picasso
see-
sketchbooks that you're like, oh, this looks like his work, but maybe it's not.
and like seeing someone vanish into thin air like this, like you can't help like your mind immediately kind of go to could be pizza if I like, and you start to kind of think about it like if I'm thinking about it, then you almost can't help but like wonder like they must know.
Great. All right.
But then you don't know if that's paranoia or is it that little nagging voice inside of your head saying, was I just too late again, or is some like what else is going on?
All right, Levi. When you can get back to drinking, I'll catch up with you.
Sure.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
think whatever was here is no longer here.
Well,
Do you know how it is asking after things that are buried? You know nothing
mean-
good comes from it.
if I hang around with you and we see him again, I can stick my dog on him.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, let's get you back, buddy.
All right. Here, boy. Let's go find bad guys.
The dog isn't there, is it?
Nope.
All right. Let's go.
Head back to the ship. Continue the night of drinking and relaxing that you guys are quickly becoming accustomed to.
Harrow's posted up.
Yeah. Harrow, unfortunately, still too on edge to do anything.
I definitely took Antonius to an actual bar where I spent
Okay.
probably 5 to 10 gold, which is the equivalent of a wealthy person's weekly allowance on alcohol.
Oh, you spent a ton of money on booze tonight.
Yep.
Yeah. Next morning rolls around. Everybody wakes up. I need whoever was partaking in the
Lance's despair.
yeah, the misery. Go ahead and make constitution saves, please.
I just got a normal night's rest, but I did attune to the ring prior to falling asleep.
I would like to do something after we get back to the ship.
Sure.
I am proficient at drinking, so I got a 17.
How do you have proficiency in booze?
I have a +7 on con, and I rolled a 10.
Okay.
18 con.
18. Okay.
When we get back to the ship, very drunkenly, I'm gonna go to my bedroom. I say after saying goodnight to everybody, go to my room and First, I'm gonna cast Summon Celestial on Antinius.
You watch Antinius. Whatever you were doing, show up in your room.
Is it you or is it fake you?
Antinius, it's kind of a weird out-of-body experience.
Drunk Lance is like professing his love for a dragon, and he just disappears his drinking buddy.
No, Antinius's body stays.
Astral
But no,
projection.
More of a consciousness.
But
thing.
more of a his.
Then Lance doesn't notice at all.
Yeah,
Half
just talks
there,
to a
half in
mannequin.
Munchie's room,
yeah,
apparently.
holding his cup, maybe drooling a little bit.
I'll
Could've
cast
kinda-
a spell.
Kind of look at him and be like, you did this in some really crappy times while I was in hell. Right, he drops the spell, so I was like, snap back.
You end up saying that to Lance, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
All Lance hears is drop the spell, and I'm like, I can't. I'm lovesick.
For tomorrow morning, my con save is 27.
Okay. Yeah, you guys all wake up fine. A little bit of a twinge of a headache. Like you can feel like the little bit of pulse in your temples from a night of heavy drinking. But like for the most part, like you're okay. Yeah, you're all right. Yeah. This mortal stuff definitely hits a little bit harder than you've been accustomed to. That's for sure.
Celestial booze ain't got shit on us.
I think it's more the celestial plane. A little bit less likely to be hung over there.
There's an inherent magic. Yeah. Two things.
So I took off
You don't-
7 gold. Should I take off more?
No, that's
Depending on how much we drank.
That's fine. All right, Gary, you doing anything else?
Now we go to
Or
bed.
just testing? Okay.
Just
Gary's just like drops a spell. Good to know. Good to know.
Throughout like the entirety of the night drinking, Lance just like has his sheath laying in front of him, and the sword is just laying on the ground behind him. And he's just kind of like looking at it, using rags to rub the parts that he knows aren't the parts that like communicates with her.
Swords and sheets.
Harrow just walks in, sees it, shakes her head, and just walks away.
Hey,
Just like
have you guys seen my dog?
can't talk to you.
Wait, look at it. You have a dog?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a hound.
Well, you, Lance, ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Mine.
Like how in Lance's mind, that's like 2 different species. That's not a
I
dog.
mean, literally though, like he has like a hellhound versus an actual dog. Completely
The hound
different in
of
Lance's mind.
Baskerville.
That's like saying you have a chihuahua versus a pit bull. You have to specify.
While I'm sitting here drinking with Lance and he's playing with his sword and sheath, and I've been yanked around by Gary, I'm gonna look at him and go, shit has changed a lot. It's all a lot to take in. Like in my original adventure, so to speak, my brother donated a bunch of gold to that guy whose name is on the signs for all of the tram equipment. And that crazy gnome did it.
Wait, Cogsworth? That's awesome. Dude,
I'm gonna pull out my bag and just dump shrimp on the bar.
check out what he did.
I'm gonna need another con save.
Bag shrimp.
Oh!
This one
Fun.
is gonna be at disadvantage.
Alright. Let's see what I roll for the second one. Oh, actually even better. So that would have been a 27 or a 24.
Oh, nice.
I mean, you are accustomed to living, like a semi-nomadic life.
You don't have to
You've
explain
got
it.
an iron stomach.
The shrimp are helping.
Yeah. Iron stomach.
For me,
Oh boy,
if anybody
I
else
know.
ate those shrimp, I don't know. But they're
You
helping
got
me.
shelf-stable pocket shrimp.
Yeah. I
We
mean,
do have the bag of holding.
funnily enough, you do kind of like place it. There is like an odd texture, to these shrimp, and it's like it kind of intrigues you for a while, and then you're like, that's how they get them from the ocean. And it's just like to you, it makes perfect sense.
It's like one of those
Like,
moments
how
of
you-
drunk clarity.
How you make that connection is just imperceivable to anyone else. Like, the fuck? But you're like fairly confident these are actually just conjured.
Makes sense. I mean, when I left, he did bring out a bowl and just filled it up again. So
Yeah.
Bill was onto something.
All right. So, anything else anyone would like to do for the evening?
Nope.
Okay. Next morning, Morrison makes his signature sobering cocktail that you've had once before, curing any remnants of a hangover for you. You'll have your brunch where you explain your heartbreak and your lady problems.
Ask him about his relationships too. I'm not just one-sided, Cal.
He does give you a little bit of advice, kind of mirroring that of what Harrow told you for the previous day of, try to play hard to get. And then, seeing your confusion, tries to explain that for you, and what that actually means, and try to be aloof and distant. It is what that actually means. Not, kill yourself.
You understand, for the Little Duke's party, if she's there, I'm gonna play extremely hard to get now. It's gonna be awkward.
To which Morrison, oh, my love life. I like to keep things interesting and free of denomination.
Oh, I don't
Too
pay
busy to
pay
be
for sex.
tied down at the moment.
I feel like Morrison's theme song is "I Get Around" by the Beach Boys.
Yeah, he knows how to have fun. So the day of the party arrives. Morrison does give you, he helps set up your guys' gift. And he actually has to come back to the ship to help kind of get it set up. He has, two things, a bunch of magical, sticks that are basically, you break them and then set them, and they make a tremendous fireworks display of illusory magic and sights and sounds and smells. I mean, it's almost completely indistinguishable from the real thing, but they're better because they make moving images and shapes before they kind of disperse and scatter off.
Like that Gandalf dragon fucking fireworks.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is, he comes to you with is a way to transport your gifts in, which basically involves via arcane means shunting your dogs and sleds into a small bubble that is wrapped and adorned with bow that he kind of ties with specific
wait.
instructions.
Can I get in there with him?
Yes.
If you wish.
Oh, fuck
I
yeah.
mean, there are certain but you're going right in. Just before he can finish. Well, if somebody doesn't smash this, you're going to be in a world of trouble. Puts a note, takes it off, puts another note back on there. You are not privy to this, but it says smash me. Like on the little note, before kind of wrapping it up. Lance is gone. Morrison hand delivers the presents there and begins to mingle with the early crowd, kind of doing his normal schmoozing as party goers begin to arrive in droves.
Was Lance dressed already, or no?
Oh yeah, I would have had my kilt on in my finest.
Yeah. Okay, so Lance has squirreled himself away into a
10 package of dogs and sleds.
Yeah.
Did Lance tell any of us?
Nope.
Does
However,
my eeny bitty walkie-talkie still work?
No, you are in complete stasis. Like, as you poof out of existence and into this bobble, time stands still. Like, it's more like you're just taking a nap. You don't seem to be aware of anything in the outside world, unfortunately. Or fortunately.
At least I don't have to pee.
Morrison, being the discerning individual that he is, does come search out at least a couple of you to let you know what has transpired, and to ensure at all costs that someone break, and he holds the one, break this one, give this one to Valen first, please.
We'll go straight to find Phelan with the bubble.
Morrison's a G. Didn't even tell him what's going on. He was like, this is going to be a surprise for them, too.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, on your way to Phelan, he is being overseen by the Duke and the Duchess, who are taking gifts as people arrive and setting them on like the large like wedding style banquet table that is just arrayed with a myriad of gifts. Oh, and they take the little one from you. Thank you.
Does need to be opened now.
Is it dangerous? No. Begins to like hand it back to you.
It's perfectly safe. It's just Lance is stuck in one of them.
Forgive me.
Why?
Why?
You would have to ask him, but in order to do that, gonna have to open it.
Unfortunately,
he did not explain his thought process to us before he jumped in
there. Phelan, come here, dear. How would you like to open a birthday present early?
Harrow will like light or like do the fireworks, like set them so they break.
Just like so. This is like
makes everything so much worse.
Very early into like most people still have not arrived to the party yet. Like it is still happening.
Should we hold off on these?
Let's rescue your friend. There is a certain etiquette and protocol that we are technically breaching.
I mean, I'm sure he'd be fine in there for like an hour or so.
Yeah, it's
nice.
just make
quiet
sure that
once.
it's the first one you open.
Daniela is just pissed. This is not how I envisioned this day going. But then again, when you lot are involved,
We'll rewrap them. We'll just rewrap it. I just take the baubles back and walk away. Walk behind a corner and throw them both on the ground.
You hear dogs barking, like in like, because they're startled and frightened as they just kind of their surroundings change immediately, and
Walk the
Lance
dogs up to
just
the podium.
Did it break up?
and Lance appears, and Kilton
Oh,
just
happy birthday to you.
you start singing to Gary.
You're an idiot.
The fuck? Where's Dukeness? This must be a big old thing. The fuck you opened me for?
Yet. Because you were going to be sitting on a pedestal until they finally got around to opening you, which could have been like tomorrow.
Harold,
I
get a hold
that'd
of.
have been a bad thing.
An individual walks by one of the caterers, I suppose, like holding a tray of food, kind of hors d'oeuvres.
Oh yeah.
I'll take a handful of whatever's on there.
Okay.
Harold, get a hold of Maury. Tell him I need to get re-put into the package. He'll know what that means.
Don't think there's any going back from it. It's broken.
Yeah, I know. Gary broke it.
Shattered glass
How
on the
long
ground.
did that
There's
take him to make?
dogs
Did he
and
just make
sleds
another
everywhere.
Well, there is one dog and sled with Lance.
Wasn't
The
there
other one
like
is
4
still-
each?
No, there's 2.
No, there's
there
like
there was
2
supposed to be.
full groups, so there's like 4 or
there's
5
2 full dog
dogs
sled
per
Yeah.
sled.
Yeah, but we were only going to give him
One
2.
per bubble.
Yeah, but he got like a full
one
complement
dog
of dogs.
sled team. Yeah, one dog sled team per
So
bubble.
there's like 5 dogs, me, and a sled, and then a tiny package.
and another bobble. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to mage hand this to pick up all the glass.
I'm gonna like flag that waiter down. Excuse me, can we use the stables for a couple hours by any chance?
I can offer you an hors d'oeuvre.
Where are the stables?
Order.
With the catering company.
Fuck me.
Where's the kitchen?
And they turn. Really? And just kind of like walk off. Like definitely a brisk kind of stride to their step.
I'm gonna
Okay. Lance,
send.
here's the plan. We give the bauble to him. When he opens it, then you come out with the rest of the dogs to race him.
Ooh, I like that. But we need like a track. Can't just race him around the fucking hall.
We can race him around wherever you want to, but we need to hide this sled and dog team somewhere.
Harold, do you know of a racetrack?
What?
You
I need
guys
a
sitting there
racetrack.
Eating,
I
having a
will definitely
conversation.
Am I
Right on
familiar
this.
enough with the grounds to kind of like
Yeah,
figure
you know,
out where
you
a
know,
stable might be?
you have been here. You've spent plenty of time here. You know where it's at.
I'm gonna go sequester the dogs in the
Back
stable.
In the stable. Okay. As you depart, Harold, make a perception check.
Wait,
Actually, I
what
take
the
that
fuck
back.
am I
Your
supposed to?
passive perception is 18, correct?
17.
17. Okay, it's good enough. You hear a couple voices. I would really just like a state minister, please. You hear a voice that you recognize. I told you before, Lena, I don't wish to discuss this. We're at a party. Please, find someone else to bother. That voice sends chills down your spine.
Yeah.
And as you turn to see where the source of that voice is coming from, you meet with Marson Calabex, who is dutifully striding towards your group, sequestered off in one of the corners.
That
in
I
one
am
of the
not with.
alcoves. Are you there? You're there, aren't you?
Yeah. so
Gary
he's
and I
turning toward us.
are
Towards
in the
you,
back.
yes.
He broke us in the
Just-
back.
Immediately to each and every member of the party telepathically. Don't say a fucking word to him about anything that you don't have to. He's not to be trusted.
Before you even finish the thought, the source of untold fear is kind of staring down at you, the rest of your and you watch as Norin also kind of passing through, kind of stops, comes over and shakes the minister's hand. I'm glad you could make it, Marcin. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for inviting me. Such tender occasions, given the current state of things. Helps give us perspective, does it not? The one-eyed man that you recognize as Calabex kind of turns towards it. I heard so much about your troop, the Breakfast Club, I believe you call yourselves. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Here's a flyer. But I have to stop you real quick. Mr. Mercedes Calabrese, do you know where a racetrack is?
Harold could kiss Lance right now. Just
in these parts,
beautiful.
no, but
No, like even like a long street would do. We had a fucking awesome idea. Somebody totally fucked it up. Not naming names, Gary, but I really need to fucking find like a long stretch of road or a racetrack. You seem like you fucking know what the fuck's going on here. Can you please help me out? It's really important.
There is a long stretch of road that actually encircles this entire palace.
Oh, fucking amazing!
And I'll start walking and like put my shoulder, like arm around his shoulder.
Just take me there, please. It needs to be real fast. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get my dogs.
Just
Wait, no, the dogs are going to the stables, Lance.
Just bats your hand to the side. No. You can find your own way there.
During that exchange,
I don't know where it is.
I'll find someone to help you.
Awesome.
But a moment of your time.
No, we really don't have a moment.
Please.
Can you like walk and talk? Is that like cool?
I don't think it can wait.
Oh, do you have those pieces of paper? I can grab some.
during that whole exchange, Levi's gonna message Harold. I was like,
please,
get out
inform your esteemed guests. I mean them no harm. And Duke Gellamdir, please, friends, it's fine. It's fine. He's a friend of mine. Calabex, there's no need to be worried. I understand us ministers carry a certain air about them that seems to frighten individuals, but I assure you, you have nothing to worry about. I've heard many things recently about this wonderful group that you appear to have put together. Saving Duke Gellamdir's son? Oh, quite the accomplishment.
That's the whole reason I need to find this
Anybody would.
racetrack.
Yeah, dealing
Anybody would
with
do that.
dangerous insurgents in the wildlands, I have also heard. Rescuing a quarry from mind control. Now that is an incredible feat.
I think it's rather incredible that
And-
you, a minister, honestly would keep such close tabs on our group. I'm rather flattered.
Oh, your fame is spreading. I can't help but be enamored. You defeated thugs and some ne'er-do-wells in Wexhill? I mean, it's incredible. Constantly putting a stop to crime, all of you. Apparently better than our own agents.
I
Oh,
whisper over to
you
Lance
said
while
it
this
to
guy's talking.
yourself.
I'm just like, the flyers are working.
Dude, that's what I was thinking. They're
Although-
fucking kicking ass.
I just, as a formality, hope that you would clear something up for me. I had heard of something else. That you were all in Ebergarden during the attack. You wouldn't happen to have any first-hand knowledge of anything that transpired, would you?
Dude, like,
We
dragons.
are still looking for those that are responsible.
I don't know. Dragons, kobolds, worms, fucking flying shit, professors. I don't know. I gotta get to the fucking racetrack.
There'll be time. There'll be time. No? Okay, well. I saw your vessel docked. In the air berth, by the way. Fantastic piece of machinery. Nobody makes engines like Vossler does. The blending of wood and bronze and arcane magic. It's exquisite detail. Although, and the exquisite attention to detail with the Silverthorn. Absolutely remarkable.
I mean, you should have seen the ship they were trying to sell to us at first.
I'm actually intimately aware. I may have overlooked it if you could refresh my memory, but I don't actually recall that the build manifest on this vessel was equipped with Silvari Silverthorn, was it?
Oh no, we got that later. But I really need to
It was
get
an
to the racetrack.
aftermarket part.
Indeed, indeed. It's
Lance is just
majestic.
starting to tap his foot
You've
quickly.
done incredible work on this vessel. There was also reports.
Well, if you're interested, you're welcome to come by and we can give you a tour anytime.
There's no need, really. I kind of took that liberty to myself already. Just from the outside, I'm intimately familiar with Dolrandir and their interworkings. But there is one matter of attention that I hope you could clear up for me.
Anything for the minister.
Yeah. There was a report of a bronze and wood yacht almost matching this ship's description perfectly. Seen parked in Jovan territory. And as it was told to me, a ragtag group of adventurous-looking fellows departing.
Interesting.
Bunch of people, lots of ships. We've seen a ton. There's like some that people like try to kill us, some with kobolds on it. I'm not saying which one we are,
but obviously not such esteemed heroes of the Republic.
I don't fucking know, dude. I fucking don't remember half the shit I do. Don't remember all the people that are there. I know I need to get to this racetrack, or else I'm gonna fucking ruin a little kid's birthday.
Well, thank you for clearing that up for me. I really do appreciate
Dude,
it.
can we just like, I'll talk to you as much as you want, like in an hour, but...
Although, I would like to just briefly remind you, those such sorts of acts would be considered treason and subject to death.
Well, lucky for us, we can commit such acts.
Yes, indeed.
Is there like
Good
a
for
war
you.
going on or something?
I would think about what the people would think of their esteemed adventurers committing such acts. I can't even
I mean,
think
I don't know to
how.
whom you're referencing that like went over to Driven Terra, but all I can say is adventurers tend to like, kill people that need killing. And from what I hear of those nasty Driven Terrans, there's plenty of people that need killing over there.
Well,
So I would be careful to like jump to conclusions about what somebody was
I'm
doing
just
over there.
concerned for celebrities of the Republic.
I
Think about
wasn't.
how heart-wrenching and dangerous a situation you would be putting the Duke and the Duchess in if these swirling rumors turned out to be true. Or poor Phelan, how heartbroken it would be for him. The poor
Yeah,
child's
dude,
been through
that's why-
quite enough already.
That's why we're trying to celebrity his birthday right now. But I need to get to the racetrack.
Well, in that case, I'll leave you to it.
Reach
I
me.
must be going. I do have other matters to attend to. It is such a busy time with war at our doorstep and all. Perhaps if you find yourselves in Warwit again, soon, please stop by. I would love to have you all over for dinner and continue our chat.
That's awesome.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
been most insightful.
Mr. Chancellor, dude, I'll talk to you later. Oh, wait, you never told me. Where's that road?
It's just out front. Oh, and do be careful. Fame has a nasty way of tearing people apart. And begins to turn and leave.
Just
Minister.
Mr.
Hello.
Frost, a word, if you will.
Harrow accompanies.
I just want to point out, Cal, I'm very sorry for trying to steamroll that conversation. I really wasn't trying to, but Lance was very adamant about getting this dog sled race on. I'm super sorry. I feel like I was being a dick.
Whereas Harrow sees it as just a way of getting this guy away from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody else assumed that Lance was trying to get out of the conversation. Lance was just trying to go for a race.
Exactly.
Yes,
Levi,
sir.
you step through the doorway, to which Calamex interposes himself in the doorway and shuts the door in your face, Harrow. And you hear the telltale tick lock as the door locks behind. As the door shuts, you hear it lock.
Lockpick that shit.
Do I own the pleasure
Wait.
of such an
And
esteemed
then
private
Wait,
audience,
wait.
Minister?
How loud is my gun with a silencer?
it's
still a gun.
loud.
It's still gonna make noise,
still
yeah.
loud.
It's not like the
Okay.
movies.
Wait, no. Okay, so, Harrow, silencer, gun, snaps one of the firecrackers, because I assume those make noise.
It is a celebration. Am I
Yeah.
blended?
Harrow's gonna snap one and shoot the door at the same time, like, throw it away.
Okay. You shoot the door.
The lock.
The lock. Okay. It shatters. Fireworks start going off in the air, and the door opens, and you see Calabex kind of standing there smirking. I really must insist on our privacy. I need you to make a wisdom save.
Oh shit, this guy's a motherfucker.
What do I don't have good anything. Do I get
I don't-
advantage for having fucking balls this time?
Honestly, you probably have disadvantage from what, like, your history.
Do I see any sort of spell being cast?
Is a 14.
You do not.
Okay.
His back is to you, and you don't see him move his hand or do anything or mutter anything. Harrow, you just hear something pop into your head telepathically. I really insist. And Harrow turns and shuts the door behind her as she walks away.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I have inspiration. Is that advantage or an additional whatever?
You
No.
can re-roll.
Okay. I'm gonna burn my inspiration. Fuck that guy. That's
Do we-
worse.
Do we see this
Yeah.
going on from like
It's
here?
worse.
Like am I with them still at this point?
Nothing about this has been like overt or like necessarily menacing. Like maybe some creepy vibes, but kind of like where you're stationed and everything. Like and I mean now there's just fireworks. Like anything that you probably could have perceived is now covered by Heroes fireworks that are now just erupting off from one of the broken sticks from Morrison.
I am exhausted. I gotta go to bed, but I'll see you guys
Alright.
in a week
Good night.
for sure. Have a good night.
Have a good one, Dagan.
See ya.
I'm gonna take the dogs to the stables, and when I get into the stables and away from everybody's sight, going to begin casting Planar Ally.
Okay. What's the casting time?
10 minutes. How many Antiniuses can I have?
All of them.
Levi, you are familiar enough with Minister Calibex to understand like his position and his station. You are also somewhat familiar, I believe, as Harrow has explained, some of the history that is involved here. However, he seems to be absent-minded as he strolls toward, like, in this room. It's kind of like a side chamber, but the entire like back wall is what basically amounts to a very large clock. And Calibex, Minister Calibex, kind of strolls over and kind of stops short in front of this wall, and like it wraps up. It's massive, just thousands of gears all twisting and spinning, like keeping intricate track of time. It is a very intricate timepiece, like interwoven into the marble of the porcelain palace itself. And he almost starts speaking to what you like gather is like it's almost absent-minded, like he's talking to himself. This is a beautiful display, is it not? One of the more incredible pieces from Meister Sturry. There is such beauty in the art. Kind of like places a hand on the wall, kind of like taking it. I mean, it is a very elaborate, beautiful display of mechanical engineering. The way he melded the architecture of this palace. Well, he kind of turns and looks back at you. Most would say that his rendition in the council's grand auditorium in Warwit is his absolute masterpiece. But I find the inner workings of his timepieces to be quite mesmerizing. He even made a miniature version for me shortly before his passing, and kind of pulls out a small stopwatch that he seems to regard very favorably. But in my opinion, nothing truly compares to this. But he still has his back to you regarding this, like, masterpiece sprawled out of mechanical workings. to force his sheer will onto something already formed and have it remade into something splendid. Truly inspiring, don't you agree?
Really a magnificent display of Orwesian engineering, sir.
And to think that all the thousands of tiny pieces working in perfect harmony to keep exact record of the time. They do require a certain special touch and constant maintenance. He seems to kind of turn away from the wall, his attention focusing back on you. It has come to my attention as the domestic securities minister and of my position that two of the 53rd District senior officers stopped reporting for duty. Your lieutenant is still at large, and when I had my people look into this occurrence, they found you gallivanting about with this group. Your commander, however, was not aware of any special assignment that required your attention elsewhere. I'm sure you're well aware the penalties imposed by abandoning your post without permission.
Of course, sir.
Your commander has expressed interest in seeing both you and Jace court-martialed for your delinquency.
That's so, sir.
However, I propose another course of action. Up until this point, you had a near sterling reputation with the RSB, isn't that correct?
You humbled me with your words, Minister.
Now, if you find yourself unfit for duty, I will accept your resignation at this moment. But I think we both know there is plenty of work to still be done. Instead, would like to offer you a role within our Special Investigations Unit. And I think we both know your talents are being wasted in your current position. This would allow you the freedoms you require to see real work be done. Obviously, your handler would change, and you would need to make weekly reports in the findings that our units in the RSB, so that our units in the RSB could be properly allocated to real threats, rather than wasting precious time and resources on petty thievery and purse snatchers. Produces a rolled up piece of paper with a strange band encircled and kind of offers it towards you.
I slowly reach to accept the scroll to read it.
It is a formal letter of transfer into the Special Investigations Unit, overseen by that would be Where is this? No, that's the wrong one. A Zareth Anik.
How soon would you require a response to this, Minister?
Immediately. This is not an offer that will come twice. You can either tender your resignation as investigator of the RSB and submit yourself for hearing as to why you have abandoned your post, or negate any such unpleasantness by accepting a new role, one more fit to your talents.
What sort of expectations and assignments could I expect to see?
Well, that's the lovely bit. You're in control of that. You would be out there chasing down leads into threats that you feel are credible to the Republic's safety, in which you would only be required to make weekly reports into your findings, so that such matters can be dealt with in a timely manner. He kind of, leaves the letter in your hand, kind of turns back, looks. You can kind of see like one of the gears like fluttering in the wall. And he reaches out and he just plucks it. And you watch as the entire thing turns to a standstill. He regards the cog in his hand for a moment, kind of blows on it and cleans it on his lapel, inspects it, and replaces it. Pulls out his timepiece and checks it. And you watch that fluttering cog, as it were, that was dirty or maybe gunked up, just barely, kind of meld back into the intricate inner workings of the wall behind it. Kind of turns back towards you. So what will it be, Mr. Frost? Don't be a broken cog. And you can see that the paper, as you pull the paper out, it's actually, there's a ring. It's a ring.
Do I have any idea on what this ring is?
Not at the moment.
With all due respect, Minister.
I would say make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Make an Arcana check.
How does a 14 sound?
I would say good enough. It's not like something incredibly rare. I would say maybe seen it once or twice before. Um, at least what you're able to recall, you have seen individuals wear these before, and they do seem to be able to detect like truth and lie.
Yes, sir. With all due respect, a man of your status should be well aware of protocol and proper procedures, sir. As you so dutifully pointed out, with this magnificent display of Warwetian engineering. So, I don't think it's proper procedure to sweep things under the rug. So I'll have to decline.
Takes the paper, kind of snatches the ring out of your hand. Shame. I am the one that makes the protocol. Turns and leaves. And we'll pick up there next week.
Wait. Before we go, do I have a chance to finish casting the spell?
Sure.
Can I summon Torgoth?
So you beseech an entity to send you aid, correct?
Yes.
So you ask Torgoth. When the spell completes, standing in front of you is Paul.
Well, can I beseech me to send me aid in the form of Torgoth, since I'm in charge of him?
Devil Prince.
I'd be curious to see what you said to get him here.
Myself, get somebody here now.
I mean, if he has a say in it, if he understands my intent in casting the spell, I would like to tell him that I have somebody who needs to be eaten, and if he comes and helps me out with it, I'll let him shit in Antonius's bed.
Semi-reasonable response.
So if I still get Paul out of it, then so be it.
You beseech an otherworldly entity for aid. A demon prince or some...
Please tell me you're gonna stick Torgoth on him.
So you can speak the name when you cast the spell, but you might get a different creature anyway. GM's choice.
Mhm.
I like how Dice decides this game. So go ahead and roll me a D100. On a 1 to 50, Paul shows up. On a 51 to 100, Torgoth shows up. Beseeched by his...
Oh shit!
91.
Yes!
God, why does fucking Mike always roll high on his D100s? Insanity.
Classic. Well then, Torgoth shows up.
So we can pick up there next week.
We're gonna pick up there next week.
Spring that on you at the beginning of the session.
The only thing the first things that you hear are, "You've got to be kidding me."
I feel like the
Long time no
shitting in
see.
Antonius's bed is the only thing that brought him along.
Somehow you know That's probably not what sealed this deal.
Now you want me to eat people.
Fucking Venom all over again.
Oh, no.
I'm here for it.
Yes, please.
Damn it.
Hera would have been posted right up outside that door waiting, just like,
Would you?
yes.
What was the exact command he gave her? Was it to shut the door or was it to walk away?
It was to leave and give us privacy.
I did.
Oh.
If you're listening in, that's not giving them privacy, but you could literally be right out the door, like humming a theme song to the Golden Girls.
I would say it's probably in the theme of things that you would consider yourself, like, you know, like
Line
kind
of
of
sight on-
bodyguard kind of situation. I'll go with it.
Yeah.
I wasn't like, the expectation wasn't that you go like super far away. It's that you weren't there.
Yeah. No. Hera's like, posted up. Wait.
Specifically, Levi, you just turned down a band of Inquisition.
A what?
A band of Inquisition.
Hmm.
And now nobody will know what that is.
Just like that band, Lance got turned down tonight as well.
I wouldn't have turned down your Band of Inquisition, Kyle, but I never get any magic items. So.
I know.
I mean, you do, but then you proceed to break them the next session.
Or they decide to be sentient and run away.
They were always sentient.
You chose to turn your back on Torgoth.
Yeah, you did not uphold your end of the bargain. You gotta eat people.
Did too.
I offered you so many feet.
That was never part of the bargain. The bargain was we'll eat bad
guys.
things.
Bad guys, which I
It was
had
bad
lots
guys.
of bad guys'
Bad guys.
feet that you wouldn't let him eat.
Well, they were already
He wasn't
like
interested
eaten.
in the feet. He wanted
were
to
already
eat
eaten.
people, and we just, for a solid run there, didn't run into any bad people.
I believe that's
That
true.
wasn't my problem, apparently.
Lance could justify a lot of people being bad. Speaking of Lance, I'm sorry, Kyle. I didn't mean to completely derail your moment that you had to look at your notes 25 times to.
No, I mean, well, it's because there was a long list of shit.
There
that
was
I
a
needed to
fuck ton,
cover,
and I
so
felt bad
yeah.
every time I interrupted you. And I was like, no, but that's
I
what
don't
Lance
think you
would
were
do.
like there would have had to have been something incredible for that to get like swept under the rug.
I was like, halfway through, I was just like wishing he was like, yes, annoying little gnat, just go 2 blocks this way, there's your fucking street, and Lance just would have dipped.
It's more just like completely and wholly unconcerned with whatever it was that you had a problem with.
Fair
He didn't
enough.
even care there was a random guy there in a tux with a big sword. He was a man on a mission.
So now we like have to straight up do this
Defeat-
birthday party and then leave Warwick forever, right?
No. The other option is something that's been on our to-do list forever. Kill the government.
Kill the government, yeah.
Yeah.
That starts
Oh,
today.
Yeah.
Levi, you're gonna get probed.
Lance is like, this duck
Oh, yeah.
took 25 minutes to tell me where a road is. He deserves to die.
It's like I was kinda maybe metaing it because I mean, of course, I looked through the ring, like the various bands and whatnot. I was like, okay, this guy's super secret. He's got part of his top secret installation. He wants to ensure people under him are loyal.
He's not. But the thing is like technically your handler isn't any like it's not. It wasn't him. I would say
Oh no,
like
yeah.
yeah, if that was the case of like oh, but the fact that like you aren't even reporting to him.
I will say, I could see how everybody in our group was like, this guy's being a douche. Because he listed off like, oh, here's 3 things you guys did that were cool, and here's 5 things that you guys can get arrested for. We're like, yeah, dude, we know what the fuck we've done. Shut up and show me where the road is. Fuck off.
is like it's probably a bit or a lot of Harrow's paranoia rubbing off on Levi. I didn't really trust him, especially if he's willing to waive almost pseudo diplomatic immunity in front of Levi's face.
Also, to be fair for Levi,
I
he's
would have
had a
taken
lot
that
of
shit in a heartbeat.
he's had a lot of paranoia in the handful of weeks that we've been away. Every motherfucker has wanted to kill him and or show him to a cloudy part where he's like, yo, I can see through the clouds. Cool, you're gonna die. He's had a lot of shit going on.
And it just didn't ruffle anyone's feathers that he just listed literally everywhere in it. Everything we've done for since the
No.
beginning.
We literally put up flyers.
Gary
with
and I,
everything we've
yeah.
done.
We
It's
were
not impressive.
We were on the same page. This motherfucker's just a fanboy. We get it. I would have signed your flyer if you asked. I need to find this road.
Harrow's just like, what
Find
the
your
fuck,
fire.
guys?
I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
So that's what you call the demon?
The best part of the conversation is when Gary leaned over to me and be like, those flyers
Yeah.
are working. Because I was thinking that the entire time he was talking. All right, Kyle, party awards.
Well,
Fuck.
Those are great
Bye.
party awards. Bye-bye.